Your lifestyle, leisure, and business radio.
We thank thee each morning for a newborn day, where we may work the fields of new mown hay. We thank thee for the sunshine and the air that we breathe, O Lord. We thank thee. Thank thee for the rivers that run all day. Thank thee for the little birds that sing along the way. Thank thee for the trees and the deep blue sea, O Lord, we thank thee. Flower that blooms, birds that sing, fish that swim, and the light of the moon.
Never stop learning. Never stop learning. What have you learned over the past 24 hours? In fact, this morning, what have you learned? What did you learn yesterday? Yes, you, dear listener. I'm asking you, what have you learned over the past 24 hours? What is that one thing that you've learned? Nothing? That should worry you. That should be a source of worry. Why? Because you cannot live without learning. Life is a school. Every day we taught new things, new ways of doing things, new ideas. When we refuse to learn, we are actually refusing to grow. There have been enough links drawn between acquiring new knowledge and personal growth and development. Many experts have told us that when we develop a passion for learning, we will never cease to grow. It was the great American industrialist and business magnate, founder of Ford Motor Company, Henry Ford, who once said, "Anyone who stops learning is old, whether at 20 or 80. Anyone who keeps learning stays young." So learn something new today. Founder and CEO of Workplaceless, Tammy Bierland, says a learning curve is essential for growth. So learn something new today. As you set forth today, try to learn something new. American philosopher and author Mortimer Adler also said, "The purpose of learning is growth, and our minds, unlike our bodies, can continue growing as we continue to live. So learn something new today." Life coach Joe Carlozo is quoted as saying, "Never stop learning. If you learn one new thing every day, you will overcome 99% of your competition. So learn something new today." So as you step out today, why don't you make a promise to yourself that you will try and learn something new today? Learn something, a new word, a new fact, or begin to learn a new skill. Whatever it is, make a promise to yourself that today, Thursday, May 9th, I am going to learn something new. Be conscious of it and put in the effort. Because when you refuse to learn, you are refusing to grow. And when you stop learning, then you are old. That is by way of a welcome and a good morning to you, dear listener, to this morning's Zed in the Morning breakfast show. Coming up at the top of the hour, 6 a.m., is Abdullah Saka with the 6 a.m. news.
We thank thee each morning for a newborn day, where we may work the fields of new mown hay. We thank thee for the sunshine and the air that we breathe, O Lord. We thank thee. Thank thee for the rivers that run all day. Thank thee for the little birds that sing along the way. Thank thee for the trees and the deep blue sea, O Lord. We thank thee. Oh yes, we thank thee, Lord, forever.
Good morning and welcome to Zed News in the Morning here on 101.9 FM. I am Saka Abdullahi. Coming up, President Akufo-Addo denies request by Media Foundation for West Africa for copy of full KPMG audit reports into controversial SML contract, citing portions of the RTI law. Anti-graft campaigner Vitus Azim urges Yoko and the Office of the Special Prosecutor to work together in investigations of alleged money laundering by former Sanitation Minister Cecilia Dapa. And also coming up, Education Ministry refutes claims by National Association of Institutional Suppliers that it is engaged in selective payment of arrears of old members. Now let's settle for the details. President Akufo-Addo has denied the Media Foundation for West Africa's request for a copy of the full KPMG report into the controversial SML contract. The foundation made the request after the presidency issued a statement summarizing recommendations made by KPMG in the audit, basis of which the president made some directive. However, a letter signed by the chief director at the Office of the President and addressed to the Media Foundation boss said the request cannot be granted because of portions of the RTI law. Let me take you through that release. It says, upon careful consideration and in accordance with Section 51A and BI of the RTI Act, I regret to inform you that your request has been refused. Section 51A and BI states that information prepared for or submitted to the President or Vice President containing opinions, advice, deliberations, recommendations, minutes, or consultations is exempt from disclosure, and that disclosure of such information would compromise the integrity of the deliberative process by revealing the thought process, considerations, and influence on decision-making reserved for the highest officers of the land. The full KPMG audit report comprises opinions, advice, deliberations, and recommendations that are integral to the President's deliberative process and therefore qualifies as exempt information under Section 51A and BI. Understanding the public interest in the GRA SML contract, the President has published the principal findings and recommendations of the KPMG report in a detailed press statement issued by the Office of the President on 24th April 2024. Thus, the public remains informed while respecting the statutory restrictions on specific disclosures. So that is what that statement from the Office of the President said. Moving away from that, former executive director at the Ghana Integrity Initiative, Vitus Azim, is urging Yoko and the Office of the Special Prosecutor to work together in the fight against corruption. The two offices have been engaged in a row over investigations into alleged money laundering by Sanitation Minister Cecilia Dapa. The OSP says the posture of the Economic and Organized Crime Office shows it lacks interest in probing the money laundering charges leveled against former Financial Minister. Iyoko, on the other hand, claims that the OSP failed to furnish it with the findings of its investigations. Vitus Azim tells Zed News the lack of cooperation between the two points to a lack of commitment to fight corruption.
I think it's a very unfortunate situation. There's two state institutions set up with public money and recruited people and are paying them to handle issues of corruption, and they all seem to be passing the buck, playing games with Ghanaians. It's unfortunate. This is not expected of them. if they want to have the trust and confidence of Ghanaians, they need to change. My expectation is that they need to collaborate more effectively. If Office of Special Prosecutor has investigated a case, it has some information, some findings, which made it to say that they don't qualify, it's not their mandate to investigate the matter. It's only proper that they pass all this information to the other institution, Yoko, where they think has the mandate to investigate the matter. You don't withhold some information and send only some, claiming that they don't need that information. Leave it to a Yoko to decide that they don't need the information that you are passing on to them, but not for you to withhold it from them. Unless you don't want the investigation to proceed. For them to accuse each other is unfortunate.
What does it mean in the fight against corruption, especially considering what's happening?
You see, it means that with high-profile cases in this country, especially political cases, there's no political will. There's no willpower, even among the anti-corruption agencies, to investigate the matter and bring them to fruition. And so we're just wasting our time talking about corruption, but we're not serious about fighting corruption.
You heard the former executive director of the Ghana Integrity Initiative, Vitus Azim. In other news, the Education Ministry has refuted claims by the National Association of Institutional Suppliers over the payment of arrears owed members. It follows a threat by the group to resume its picketing at the premises of the Education Ministry if arrears owed members are not settled within 2 weeks. The association says it suspended picketing plans last month due to a promise by the government to pay its members. However, nearly a month after the Education Ministry said it had released some 26 million cedis for the payment, the association claims that most of its members have not received their monies because the government is being selective. But the ministry says the claim is not true. Deputy PRO Ernest Akosa spoke to Z News.
A lot of them, most of them have been paid, but just that a few ones who have not received their payments are the very people who are complaining bitterly that the 26 million that was released have not hit the account. Well, we are assuring them that every amount, every debt that government owes them, will sort them out, will pay everything so that they can also continue with their supplying business. Okay, but then in their release, they are accusing you of selective payment practices rather than a systemic and transparent approach. How do you react to that? That is their claim. That is their claim, but we also refute that claim that we are doing selective payment. That is not what we apply as the phrase Secretary of Extension, the Ministry of Education, because they look at your invoices, so their returns. When did you supply? So based on that, then they pay them. So not that we have specific people that we select to pay them. No, it's a universal thing. It's a general thing. There's a formula, and the formula is that once we verify, once we validate your returns or the invoices, then we pay you. Not that we are doing selective payment. No, that has not been the norm or the practice at the Ministry of Education. Because the other suppliers are Ghanaians. So why do you select a few individuals and pay them at the expense of others? No, we don't have that motive of collapsing each and everyone's business.
That was the Deputy PRO of the Ministry of Education, Ernest Akosa, speaking to Z News on that particular matter. The NDC flag bearer John Dramani Mahama has replied to President Akufo-Addo over comments he made yesterday while visiting fruit and beverage manufacturing company Blue Skies. Diana Mamle Sakite has more.
President Akufo-Addo made a plea to Ghanaians not to vote for the National Democratic Congress flag bearer in the upcoming December elections, expressing concerns that electing the former president would jeopardize the progress made during his tenure. Addressing supporters at a mini rally in Dobro, Greater Accra, after visiting Blue Skies Limited, President Akufo-Addo reiterated his endorsement of Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia as the ideal presidential candidate.
Abibia me no so enya no fe need to me jamachi emma obisa obi amaya oma wa be se no enti me ba be sremo onipa ni ma ye adwuma feel 7.5 years ini ame wo gidie kese wo ne mu a menim sɛ obetumi atoa m'adwuma so ama mo nya ho fa so yɛfrɛ no Mahamadu Bawumia
Mr. Mahama has responded to these comments. In a tweet posted yesterday, NDC flag bearer said, quote, "Of course, I will not protect your legacy of corruption, misgovernance, arrogance, ineptitude, bankrupt economy, increased unemployment, and pushing more of our people into the poverty bracket," unquote. In the run-up to the 2020 general elections, President Akufo-Addo and former President Mahama attacked each other in an increasing direct and personal fashion, and sometimes without directly addressing major elections issues. Comments from the president and the opposition NDC's flag bearer is beginning to reflect a view that the general elections has already begun. 4 years on, many Ghanaians expect to see a political campaign based on issues.
You heard that news report by Dinah Mamle Sakite, a colleague of mine in the Zed newsroom. Marketing researcher Joseph Opoku-Mensah has blamed the slow adoption of AI chatbots in the country's banking sector on the high levels of digital illiteracy. It comes as some banks gradually introduce AI chatbots to replace human customer service agents in a bid to improve service offerings and increase efficiency. Speaking to Z News, Mr. Opoku-Mensah said banks must educate customers to enable them reap the full benefits of AI.
And here in Ghana, because our technology or our tech level is not really high, sometimes the chatbots, and most people, based on the research I did, what most people said is that you ask them questions and they're repeating the same questions, that the data has been fed already, and you ask, how are you? And the same question, what will you do from the same question? So that's what others are experiencing. But in terms of education, in terms of system management, because ethical issues too, other people were asking, even how is that this person getting my information? On a marketing point of view, I think that the efficiency of chatbots will help companies and businesses grow. Because one person as a customer service agent wouldn't be able to serve 10 customers at the same time. But chatbot will be able to do that.
Millions,
at any point in time. So it will help you grow, but however, we should improve the machine. It's a machine chatbot, so we should improve its ability in handling issues.
That was marketing researcher Joseph Opoku-Mensah speaking on the implementation of AI chatbots in banking. On the international front, a 5-story building has collapsed in Kenya's capital, Nairobi, leading to a major rescue operation led by the Kenya Red Cross. The building collapsed in Uthiru, on the outskirts of the city, when initial reports suggesting dozens of people were trapped beneath the rubble. However, the Kenya Red Cross says all tenants of the building have been accounted for. 10 others with minor injuries were treated at the scene, the aid agency added. Several videos shared online show the apartment block tilted to the side as onlookers raised alarm. Bramwell Simiyu, the Nairobi Disaster Management Chief Officer, calmed fears of 4 missing residents, including a 10-year-old girl, saying all 34 residents had been located and were safe. He, however, said military sniffer dogs would be deployed to establish if there were more people trapped in the debris. The East African nation has been experiencing unprecedented heavy rains since March that claimed the lives of 238 people and displaced 235,000 others. That is all we have for Z News in the morning. Before we go, a recap of the major stories. President Akufo-Addo denies request by Media Foundation for West Africa for copy of full KPMG audit report into controversial SML contract, citing portions of the RTI law. Anti-graft campaigner Vitus Azim urges Yoko and the Office of the Special Prosecutor to work together in investigations of alleged money laundering by former Sanitation Minister Cecilia Dapa. And Education Ministry refutes claim by National Association of Institutional Suppliers that it is engaged in selective payment of arrears of old members. I am Saka Abdullahi. Jerry Ham continues with Zed in the Morning.
Zed 101.9 FM. You're tuned in to Zed 101.9 FM, your lifestyle, leisure, and business radio.
In the heart of Accra, nestled in the vibrant neighborhood of East Legon and New Beacon, a 360 multimedia firm has emerged. Introducing Zed Multimedia. With a steadfast focus on lifestyle, leisure, and business, we set out to bring high-value oriented programs that captivate the taste and desires of our audience. From the captivating airwaves of Zed 101.9 FM to the dynamic visuals of Zed TV and the innovative realms of Zed Digital and the incubation of advanced technological knowledge at Zed Tech, every facet of modern media is meticulously curated to engage and inspire. Also, let's not forget the new Finder newspaper, now under the Zed Multimedia umbrella, delivering insightful journalism with a business focus. Join us on the journey where innovation meets inspiration, where lifestyle meets leisure, and where business thrives. Change is here. Zed Multimedia, your lifestyle, leisure, and business platform.
Good morning, good people. It's Thursday. Thanks Day to me. Yes, it's Thanks Day. Welcome to your favorite experience in morning radio. It's a totally different experience, you know that. You know, right here, we know the importance of having the right information, especially in the times we find ourselves in. And this is why we go to great lengths to bring you the minds of the experts, the minds of the authorities. We talk to those who know what they are talking about. We ask those who understand the issues the right kind of questions to ensure that you really know what is really going on around you. There's a breakfast show that is meant to motivate you. It's a morning show that is meant to fascinate you. It's a radio show that is meant to stimulate you. If it is lifestyle, if it is leisure, if it is business, then you are the right place. This is the House of Zion, number 6 Anyete Street, right at the heart of East Legon. This is Z101.9 FM. This is Zed in the Morning. I'm Jerry Home. Taking you all through to 9:55. In the first hour of the show, we bring you the news headlines and reviews. Taking us to the top of the hour. No, that's taking us to 6:50, I beg your pardon. At 6:50, Z Sports. The Aquarius Sportscaster will be here. What happened yesterday night at the Santiago Bernabeu? Who is going to the finals of the Champions League? The Aquarius Sportscaster will come and give us much more, and what we are supposed to expect this evening all around Europe. Niakwe takes us to 7, where we take on the business news of the day. So this is the first hour of the show. In the second round, you know, we do top stories. What is a trending top story? We'll bring it to you. We'll take on angles that others might have missed. just to ensure that you have the best of information. In the third hour of the show, Zed Talk. On Zed Talk, you know the series started on Monday. Doing business in Ghana. On Monday, we brought you the GIPC. On Tuesday, we did entrepreneurs. Yesterday, we did a tax man. We bring you much more today as well. Doing business in Ghana. We're talking about a business culture. That will take us to the last hour of the show, 9 to 9:55. Today's a Thursday. You know what Thursdays are? It's arts, it's culture, it's tourism. Zed in the Morning is a Thanksday edition. Let's start by giving God some thanks.
at work throughout the day.
So
Largely in the evenings, I get light. Only that I had some 2 or 3 offs.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I think and largely, I live here late. And normally when I'm going home, whether I use La Paz or I use Circle, I see areas that actually
they're still in darkness. Yeah.
But I think that yesterday and 3 days ago, at least I drove past these two, and it's like I really haven't seen that large scale darkness. So it appears we can say that we are seeing some improvement. So maybe at the end of the month, and then we enter the new month, then we can then say that for 2 or 3 weeks now,
power is stabilized.
So for now we can say there's improvement, but we have to give at least 1 month to confirm that it's not over.
Great. What's happening? What are the newspapers saying?
Well, this morning I have the new finder, and it says President declines request for full KPMG report on SML GRA contract. Baumia is on the front page. Domahini eulogizes Baumia's humility campaign without insults. Supreme Court directs plaintiff in LGBTQ bill to file fresh motion. And GRA backs 508 million from pilot phase of e-VAT and e-invoicing.
Okay, on the front page of the Daily Graphic, legal challenge to LGBTQ plus bill. Supreme Court demands fresh documents. Climate change, Galamsey remain greatest threats to cocoa production from panelists. And then repose confidence in the EC. Commission response to registration slip error. 24-hour economy key to unlocking employment opportunities. That's coming from Professor Opoku Ajimine. That's the front page of the Daily Graphic.
I have the BNFT, Business and Financial Times. EU reaffirms commitment to economy amid global challenges. Ghana International Bank announces Uget Akwa Ahen as new country rep, head of Africa coverage. And we have Bafo Ohene Abagwa also there as now the head of the Ghana International Bank, and he'll be based in London. T-bill yields to fall. Alan meets members of the Ghana Upstream Petroleum Chamber, and sharpest rise in output for 8 months. These are some of the stories on the front page of the Business and Financial Times.
On the front page of the Daily Guide, Freddie Blay extols Otumfuo, no cause for alarm EC. Muhammad fires back at Nana. SC Supreme Court adjourns anti-gay bill indefinitely. 3 arrested at voter registration center. That's the front page of the Daily Guide.
The front page of the Daybreak. Report fuel stations cheating. Immediately, NPA. If you suspect that a fuel station has cheated you, immediately report that incident. e-VAT rakes in 508 million. GRA says so. Presidency bounces Media Foundation for West Africa's request for KPMG report. Supreme Court adjourns anti-LGBTQ case indefinitely. And Domahini gives Baumia positive testimonials.
On the front page of the Chronicle, this Thursday, May 9th, 100% ownership of natural resources is misleading, says Alan. We need collective efforts to fight Galamsey. That's from Baumia. And Aguna West NDC accuses communication officer of being a spy. But Abdullahi Wahab says it's a blatant lie.
I have the new crusading guide. Baumia Woos Miners promises common user processing facilities in mining communities. Ghana embraces sustainable building practices to combat climate change. 2 nabbed over attempt to smuggle 130 bags of cocoa beans to Togo. These are some of the stories on the front page of the new crusading guide.
On the front page of the Daily Statesman, Puzuri Group NSS partner to empower over 5,000 youth in greenhouse farming. Ghana leaps ahead in education equality. The big story is mining should serve our collective good, Bawumia declares. And presidency responds to MFWA over audit report.
The Daily Dispatch. Bawumia's presidency will be very good for Ghana. President of Ahafo Regional House of Chiefs. Report suspected cheating at fuel stations promptly. NPA. EC's Jean Mensah is saving Ghana a lot of money. Professor Jampo says so. Bawumia explains why he chose "It is possible" as his campaign slogan. That is the Daily Dispatch. And then I have the Daily Post. Says, "I will not protect your legacy of corruption and arrogance." Mahama replies Akufo-Addo. Supreme Court directs plaintiff in LGBTQ case to file fresh motion. Cecilia Dapa case. Domelevo calls for a merger of OSP and IYOKO. Domelevo says that OSP and IYOKO should be merged into one entity. This is very interesting. I wish we can touch on that.
Interesting. And online, myjoyonline.com said anti-LGBTQ plus bill allowing live coverage will reduce, and in quotes, pollution of proceedings. And then MFWA Media Foundation for West Africa opposes uncontrolled access to live court proceedings for press. And that is another of the stories that is found here on myjoyonline.com. And then also let's pick something from the BBC. The BBC has at one of its top stories, Biden to halt some arms supplies if Israel invades Rafah. And okay, then it means the supplies will be halted because Israel has already invaded Rafah. So that's the news.
In fact, yesterday it was out that the US has stopped supplying of
because
bombs to
they already had invaded Rafah.
And BBC Africa has an interesting story. Nigeria also introduces e-levy.
Interesting.
0.5% e-levy hits Nigeria. And for them, they say they want to use the proceeds to fight cybercrime. The proceeds will be used to fight cybercrime. And Nigerians are up in arms against the e-levy, where the government says it needs the money because the rate of cybercrime in Nigeria is rising at a very alarming rate. So,
and then also on zmultimedia.com, presidency, RTI law bears release of KPMG report on SMLGR. Yeah, so I mean, these are the major stories going on around the world. The first one that 100% ownership of natural resources is misleading. And this is what why
is it misleading? Because I don't know what he
said. Ghanaians already own 100% of their mineral resources by law. The impression being created by the vice president that he will make Ghanaians own 100% of their natural resources is misleading and amounts to populist propaganda. The real question is how to exploit available resources for maximum benefits to Ghanaians.
I think that they are both speaking two different issues. Maybe he didn't listen to the vice president well. He is saying that Ghana owns the resource, but we have been giving it to foreigners to exploit. And that any new find under his administration as president, he will make sure that all those concessions will be given to Ghanaians. He's not saying that the 100% ownership is relation to who owns the resource before it is given out. Before the resource is given out for exploitation, it is 100% owned by Ghanaians. But when it comes to the exploitation of the resource, we give it to foreigners to exploit. And we sign all kinds of contracts and we end up earning about 18 to 20% of what the entire resource is about. So the politician needs not to confuse us. They should be clear in what they are saying. But we have never said that currently the it says about exploitation. And therefore, if new resources are found when he becomes president, he will make sure that giving it out for exploitation, it will be given out 100% to Ghanaians. So Bawumia's point is about giving it out as concession for exploitation. not about whether the country owns this or not.
The more pragmatic and practical approach is what the Movement for Change has proposed, which is to have Ghanaians, either through government or through public stockholding, have a controlling interest of not less than 60% in the exploitation of its natural resources through joint ventures or other forms of commercial engagements with participatory interest by government, individual Ghanaians, and foreign private partners.
So they are going for 60%, right? The Movement of Change is promising that at least 60% of the natural resources. Is it so? See, they are all saying the same things. Now, Movement of Change is saying that if the resource is to be given out as a concession for exploitation, Ghana and Ghanaians should own at least 60%. That's their position. But the Bawumia position is that any new find under his presidency, if he wins, it will be 100% Ghanaian who will exploit it and everything will remain here. So you see, it's the same thing they are talking about. But you see, they are all trying to look for headlines that are catchy. And therefore, at the end of the day, it's as if they are saying conflicting things. But the truth of the matter is that they are not conflicting. Only that they have different positions. Movement of Change says 60% for Ghanaians. So they still think that foreigners should still own a certain percentage of exploitation of the resource. But Bawumia's point is that for those that have been found already, concessions have been given. There's nothing he can do about it. But if new finds are discovered under his regime, the rule will be that it should be 100% Ghanaian ownership, whether government, whether Ghanaian individuals, should be 100. So it means that Bawumia says that exploitation should be 100% local. Movement of Change is saying that exploitation minimum 60% local. So this is the policy positions, and we should be able to advance this well instead of trying to create the impression as if one is opposing the other. They are not opposing any other. They are just having different positions on the same issue. We know before, if we know the law says that every minerals under the ground in Ghana belongs to the government and people of Ghana. So that one is not in doubt. And I'm not sure that is the issue of contention here. Our concern has always been that we own the resource, but we hand it over to foreigners, they exploit, and they make a larger chunk of money from the whole process, and the country as Ghana gets a little part of it. And all the multinational companies, big gold mining companies now, they are foreign. The oil we are exploiting, foreign owned. So the idea that Ghanaians should own is important, and I'm happy that even Alan is expecting that Ghanaians should own more. So from the current 20 or 25% that we own, he is looking at 60%. Bawumia said, no, let's go beyond that and give it everything to Ghanaians. So I think that these things are very clear. They are not opposing each other.
Well put. GRA backs 508 million Ghana cedis. Your own story.
Yes, that's for additional revenue. And I'm happy about this story because, see, we've all complained about tax filing, this VAT invoicing, VAT receipting being so complicated. And now efforts are being made to make sure that everything is electronic. So now I don't need paper or anything. Just with the click of a button, you can get your VAT invoicing done. You can get your VAT receipt. It makes the process simpler and removes the human interface that normally results in some people actually accepting monies not to make sure that the state gets its own money. So I think that this issue that we are, for me, the one that makes me happy is that gradually we are migrating this thing we have been doing manually now into an electronic platform. And for me, I'm happy that the pilot phase has shown that there could be increase in revenue. I say that, look, if people are supposed to get these things done electronically, more people will pay tax. Jerry, if you go and do a small business right now, if they say if it's not up to 200,000 a year, you can't register for her. But if it's 200,000 or more a year revenue, you should pay. You should register for VAT. Look, the process, you have to go and get your TIN number. You have to bring your registration with the Registrar General. Remember, the Registrar General's department is also already digitized. So linking these things together and making sure that if I'm sitting in my hall or even on my bed, I wake up, I don't know, so this 1 hour before 6 o'clock, I want to use it to file my tax, or I want to use it to do my VAT invoicing and receipt. I should be able to do it just sitting there. I'm not now going to chase some booklets, and then now at the end of every month you have to file whether you will
first of all go to the nearest office. When you go there are photocopies of your forms, plenty. You pick one or you pick two, because you have to file two. You keep one and then you give one to them. So you fill in. So you might sit in your car if you have the details, and you fill it, and then you bring it back to the office, and then you stand in line. I'm talking of where I know.
No, that is exactly what it is. That is exactly what it is. And I was doing some checks. When was that? That's last week. And I'm told that if your business is not even making the 100,000, you will not register for VAT, but you also have to pay VAT. So what you do is that anytime you are invoicing somebody, Jerry, you have to now walk physical to GRA office and tell them that I'm invoicing Jerry 10,000 cedis. And I need a VAT receipt. And now you have to go through filling of forms, and then they will issue one leaflet of VAT receipt. Because of one leaflet of VAT receipt, you have to drive all the way to a GRA office to be able to get that, to go and give to your client, because the money you are making is not going to be up to 200,000 cedis a month, so you will not be officially registered. So it means that, assuming Jerry gives me some consultancy contract of 5,000 cedis every month, it means that every month I have to go to GRA office, go and fill things, get one sheet of what VAT receipt, and then go and serve Jerry before Jerry pays me. And in that, you know what they do? They say that when you are coming to fill that form for you to get the VAT receipt, you pay the VAT upfront. So it means that I will have to pay the VAT upfront. And then now when I'm coming to invoice Jerry, I add it. I say, oh, these things are very laborious. So I'm happy that we recognize that if we can make it easier for people to pay taxes, people will be happy to pay. People will be happy to pay. And when more revenue comes, we may even decide that we want to reduce the tax rate so that more people will pay. Because if just the pilot phase is giving you an additional 508 million, you can imagine if it is national. And this is just about 50 large-scale companies they've done the pilot with. So you can imagine that the whole Ghana, small scale, tabletop, everybody now knows that just as we do move.
But you see,
when I go onto my phone, I can just do VAT.
I think one part of the challenge has been solved, and solved well, which is to make it easier to file. But I think that the next part, which actually I still believe is a more difficult one, is to change the mindset of Ghanaian taxpayers. You see, it is a human thing to expect something for myself. That's what we call the WIIFM. What is in it for me?
For me, yeah.
Good. You've said that if you could link, and that was a suggestion that came up, that if you could link your tax payments to your pension and to your health, people would do a lot more.
Exactly.
We should be thinking in that direction.
And this
that
proposal
what
is
is in it for me? What is in it for me?
This proposal is coming from GRA. That's why I said that, like, the finance minister should be having a serious conference with GRA. Bank of Ghana governor should be sitting with GRA and say, look, this proposal could be a game changer. How do we roll it out? Let's bring in some smart minds, how we can even configure this into our system, how we can configure Senate and NHIS into the system, that when Elvis Daku pays his tax, immediately this percentage automatically goes to NHIS, this automatically goes to Senate for my pensions. If they can put brains together to work on this, if it's so easy for me to pay tax, Jerry, I will pay. But when the process we are describing is what I have to go through before I pay tax, how will I pay tax? I'm going to get 5,000 a month from Jerry. Now I have to go and stay in GRA office to fill a form, and I must pay the VAT upfront. And after paying the VAT upfront, filling all that form, maybe having to be in a queue for a while before I'm attended to, and then I take that VAT invoice from GRA office. Maybe the GRA office in Dansuman. Maybe I have to come and serve Jerry in Tema, and now I have to drive all the way to Tema just to go and present that invoice to Jerry, that Jerry has given me the invoice, so now pay me. Can you imagine if I sit in my room and then with just a click of a button, all this is done? I don't need to come to Jerry's office in Tema. Before I see my account is giving me an alert that Jerry has paid me, because Jerry has seen the electronic invoice, has seen the electronic VAT receipt, so Jerry has paid me. I will be glad and willing to pay. But that trip, I have to go all round from Dansuman, and after everything, I have to drive to Jerry's office in Tema to go and present the receipt. before I get paid is the reason I may not even attempt to pay. So I said, Jerry, okay, let's forget it. Let's find some underground way of paying the thing and let's go. And that ends it. So I think that this thing, every effort should be put into this e-VAT and e-invoicing thing, to the extent that sometimes Jerry has to go and put staff in big companies to monitor their operations, whether they are paying the true VAT or not. All these things with technology, you can monitor all these things in the way. So I think that GRA should go the next mile. I think that the pilot phase has somehow a little bit of complaint of delay, because they started talking about this EVAT in about 2 years ago, back and forth. So finally the phase 1 is done, the pilot is done. They should go to the second phase and third phase and quickly roll it out, so that we can all find it easy to pay my tax. Momo is easy. That's why we are all doing it. Nobody wants to go and queue at the banking hall anymore. So we should try and make things easier for everybody. And I think you read a story on the front page of the Statesman about NSS and the group partnering for NSS to go into farming. I've always said this, that look, farming is something we should make easier for people. If NSS can bring a proposal, can do this, I think that is simpler. But this thing, they should just let NSS personnel to voluntarily say that this is the incentive for going into agric if you are an NSS person. This is the support you get. That's what I said about NAPCO, and people insulted at the end of the day. They realized I was right. We gave people 27,000 plus in 3 years as NAPCO allowance. Every month 700. And the person just was 700 and yet we were pocketing scan. And I said, why didn't we make this thing an arrangement and said, look, we have this 10,000 we want to put into farming under the NAPCO. You apply if you want to. If you apply, you want to do something like poultry, we said the 25,000, we are using 10,000 to build a facility for you. We may use another 5,000 to provide the day-old chicks, give another 5,000 for feed, and give yourself 5,000 to manage it. And then we have like a whole area of 100 acres, and all these farmers are the same place where extension services and things can be extended. And
it's a great idea. I'm sure.
Great ways we can change this economy, but
let's see how it goes.
People
thank you so much.
Taxpayers' money are not trying to think outside the box.
Mr. Elvis Dako, thank you so much for coming through. It's 6:49. Coming up at 6:50, Niakwe, the sportscaster, is here to eulogize the greatest European team of all time, Real Madrid. He's coming up next.
Vinicius is going for the ballon.
This is positive. The Korean joy did not last for long.
Oh my gosh, Kudus, the piranha from Guyana.
A warm welcome to another edition of Zed Sports. It's a Thursday edition, and Niakwe, the sportscaster, is the man right on time to deliver all the sporting news from the global front. And our headlines this morning: Hearts of Oak thrash Brecum Chelsea in their biggest away win of the season. The Black Stars are to face Niger in a pre-tournament friendly later today. And Joselu, the hero for Real Madrid yesterday night, as his late show beats Bayern Munich to reach the Champions League final. And as per usual, we jet off from the local front in our very first story. In a captivating display at the Golden City Park, Hearts of Oak's flair and prowess were on full display as they stormed to a remarkable 3-0 win over Brecum Chelsea in the Ghana Premier League yesterday. Goals from Hamza Issa, Linda Ntange and Cisse Kasim condemned their hosts to their second defeat at home and 12th overall of the 2023-24 season. Here's Hartsville head coach Abubakar Ouattara, who spoke to the press after the game.
I tell you, before the match, today we feel better. We are going to do the things seriously. I expect him to win by 3 goals. It's football. We can win 1-0, 2-0, 3-0, but we need the points. I tell you, it's the mental problem. The boys are starting to understand, because we have some people who want to pollute the mind of the boys, but now the boys are starting understanding. Just psychology problem. We have the team. I don't talk about the individual. Everybody can come. It's like army. If you are not there, somebody can replace you. No problem. We have the talent. We want to develop this talent to bring it at the level, potable level. We are coming from Manuals 1. Slowly we are coming. We are going to home to rest and thinking about Adriana. I'll see the pictures, I'll see the films, I'll thinking about the strategy. But now I can't say anything.
That was an ecstatic Ouattara after the game, and still on that particular game, let's take a listen to Brecum Chelsea head coach Samuel Bwedu, who isn't reading too much meaning into suffering a heavy loss to his former side with his new team.
Yeah, it was not good at all, because this is the first time that we have played this match, but it's a part of the game, and I know that we have to correct the mistake that we made during the game. Yeah, we got opportunity to score during the first half, but we squandered all the chances. That's the football. When you get opportunity and you misuse it, when it's come back to you, definitely the opponent will be punished. That's exactly what happened. Somehow, by some of the goals, we could have prevented, but some of them is a normal thing. Yeah, they themselves have to put themselves up, because they got chances. The chances that they can score, but they misuse it. So with the psychologically, we have to sit them down and talk to them. And I know that with our next match, things will change. No, that's the game. That's the game. Now I'm now working for Chelsea, so my heart is in Chelsea. But though they won't, that's it.
All right, so there you have it from the two gaffers. A very, very entertaining game, but full credit to Accra Hartsville for a massive 3 points. Now, the Black Starlets will today take on their Nigerian counterparts in a friendly game as they wrap up their preparation for the WAFU Zone B Under-17 Championship. The game will kick off at 15:30 GMT at the Accra Sports Stadium. This will be the last preparatory game for the Black Starlets ahead of the WAFU Under-17 Championship proper, which kicks off on May the 15th. Like Kingston's boys have been preparing for the tournament and will use the game against Niger to fine-tune their side before the tournament actually kicks off. Now we flip the script to the international front, where Matthijs de Ligt did not hold back when asked about the controversial offside call during Real Madrid versus Bayern Munich. Towards the end of stoppage time, de Ligt had the ball in the Madrid net, but the linesman had already raised his flag, meaning VAR was not able to get involved. Replays actually showed that the decision was closer than first thought, and the Bayern players could have been onside on closer introspection.
Yeah, I said it already in 2 interviews. If it's offside, it's offside. But I think we made rules in football, and the rule says that if it's not a clear offside, what it wasn't, because I don't see it yet if it's offside or not, you have to keep playing. And if you go in the last minute, you whistle like this. Yeah, I think this is a big mistake and a big disgrace. If it's offside or not, I don't know. You can check it, but if you don't check it, how can you see it? This is the second goal of Joselu. Rudiger is also almost offside. If he whistles, okay, happens nothing. But now it's the difference, and this is a shame. The linesman said to me, "I'm sorry, I made a mistake." Yeah, I buy nothing for that. And yeah, in the end, I'm not the type of person who want to blame. Lose or win on the referee, so Madrid deserves to win because they win 2-1. But I think, if it's a rule, it's a rule, and yeah, that's the only thing I can say about it.
All right, so what a very entertaining game it was overall. Over 180 minutes. Real Madrid obviously started slower in the second leg. Bayern Munich taking the lead, and a very, very entertaining game. But there are so small margins when it's Real Madrid on the clock. And Joselu came fourth and scored a brace. What a season has had, a great contribution to the squad overall. And for Carlo Ancelotti, he is absolutely delighted, as Real Madrid showed. They remain Europe's comeback kings as the double rescued them from the brink of elimination to reach the Champions League final. A 4-3 aggregate victory sealed Real's progress into a remarkable 6th Champions League final in 10 years, and they will bid for a record-extending 15th title against Borussia Dortmund at Wembley on the 1st of June. Carlo Ancelotti spoke to us.
Well, I think we played well. To be honest, we had the opportunity, good control of the game, and we had the strength to go up when they score. It happened again here. It's quite usual that the Bernabeu, with the support of our supporters, we can do something that is unexpected. To believe, because I put fresh leg on the pitch. Joselu did a fantastic job because he's a fantastic striker. We could use more the wing to put crosses, and we did really well. We had a lot of energy at the end of the game. Joy, of course, I'm going to enjoy. Now until the final, we have expected us fantastic days with our supporter to celebrate the Liga, to celebrate the final. Oh, will be fantastic in this day in Madrid. You can stay in Madrid.
All right, so you can tell the delight from Carlo Ancelotti's voice. The final is set. The die is cast. It will be Borussia Dortmund versus Real Madrid at Wembley and the Champions League final. What a game it promises to be. Dortmund, of course, will start as underdogs, but never count them out. Stranger things have happened in football, and congratulations for now are in order to both teams. To our next story, Aston Villa boss Unai Emery says the club are not under any pressure to win the Europa Conference League as they look to turn around a 2-goal deficit against Olympiacos. Villa requires something special if they are to avoid elimination from the competition at the semi-final stage as they travel to Greece, facing an uphill battle in the second leg against Olympiacos after losing 3-1 at the Villa Park. Unai Emery spoke to the media.
Focusing how we can react like with my experiences I did before, building a new experience here with our players, with our idea, with our experiences this year with Aston Villa Club, with the players they will play tomorrow, and this is the challenge tomorrow, the biggest challenge we are going to face this year. Demanding, of course, I will prepare the match for tomorrow, trying to come back the result and trying to get our best performances. But our process is not changing, and we are not playing under pressure. We are playing under our demands. And then in the Premier League, we are doing a fantastic season, and of course, it's through we can get our first objective, and we have to try to enjoy both competitions.
All the best to Aston Villa as they take on Olympiacos away in Greece. And to our final story, Naomi Osaka beat Frances Clara Burrell in straight sets in the Italian Open first round on her first appearance at the tournament since 2021. Former world number 1 Osaka won 7-6, 6-1, with the first set being a tiebreaker 7-2. It ended against Burrell, who is ranked number 45 in the world. It was Osaka's first win against a top 50 opponent on clay since beating Victoria Azarenka at the French Open in 2019. The 26-year-old, who gave birth to her first daughter last year, will face 19-seed Marta Kostyuk of Ukraine in the second round later today. And on that note, we bring the curtains down on the edition of Zed Sports. My name is Niakwe, the sportscaster. My colleague Gatuso too. The Power 7 will be here at exactly 5:15 p.m. with all the updates from around the globe. The business segment is up next. Remember, the week is almost ended. Whatever happens, do not count the days. Make the days count.
So this is positive. Williams, Kudos, the Korean joy did not last for long.
Oh my gosh, Kudos, the piranha from Guyana.
Zed 101.9 FM.
Hello and welcome to the business news segment here on Zed in the Morning. Coming up in this bulletin, VistaJet announces more investment for Ghana and West Africa. Ghana and India commit to robust trade and investment ties. And in the financial markets, the cedi made gains against the pound sterling yesterday. Let's settle for the details. Ghana continues to serve as the destination of choice for international businesses and corporations in spite of the country's economic challenges. One of the sectors which continues to attract investors is the aviation industry. After Delta Airline announced last April it would, from October this year, deploy its new Airbus on the Ghana-US route, global business aviation company VistaJet has announced more investment for Ghana and West African markets. VistaJet, recognized as the global leader in business aviation, has commenced its inaugural roadshow in West Africa, encompassing visits to the region's most vibrant cities, including Accra. Management of the company said that the roadshow marks a significant milestone in VistaJet's commitment to bolstering regional growth initiatives. Addressing journalists at the Kotoka International Airport before a tour of its refurbished Challenger 605, VistaJet's President of Europe and Africa, Felipe Scalabrini, said VistaJet was the perfect flying solution for West African corporates and businesses and was a tool to connect world decision makers domestically and across continents, boosting economies and driving local investments.
So the aircraft are not any different than the rest of our planes in the fleet, right? So the Challenger 605s here are exactly identical to the planes that we have in the United States, in Europe, in Asia. So that's one of the strengths of the Vista fleet as well. It's consistent. It's the same silver and red exterior. It's the same interior that you're going to see as well. So it feels very comfortable, very consistent. A client who's boarding a flight in Accra or boarding a flight in Hong Kong will have exactly the same experience, which is a big part of the brand presence that we wanted to develop. Why we chose the Challenger 605 is we thought it was the best airplane for the region because it has a range of about 8 hours, so you can connect non-stop to Paris, London, you can go to Dubai without any problem, but it's also a very reliable airplane. It's a great cabin. You'll see it's a very versatile cabin for up to 12 passengers. It's great for the 1 to 3 hour flights as well. So it's a very complete cabin, very complete aircraft. So that's why we felt it was the best choice for the region. And then obviously our clients can choose for larger aircraft as well. So we can offer the Global 6000 and the Global 7500, mostly for longer missions.
That was Felipe Scalabrini, President of Europe and West Africa for VistaJet. In some bilateral news, both sides of an Indian-Ghana Joint Trade Committee have affirmed their readiness to implement the decisions flowing from the fourth session of a meeting with a view to further deepening bilateral trade and investments between the two countries. The meeting was co-chaired by Mr. Amadeep Sai Bhatia, Additional Secretary of Department of Commerce, Ministry of Commerce and Industry of the Government of India, and Mr. Michael Ochebefi, Deputy Minister for Trade and Industry, Government of Ghana. The visiting delegation was accompanied by Confederation of Indian Industry-led businesses. The discussions aimed at strengthening bilateral trade and economic ties between the two countries took place in a friendly and cordial atmosphere, reflecting the traditional bonds between the two countries. The Indian delegation also called on Mr. Kweku Amprachum Sapong, Deputy Minister for Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration of the Government of Ghana, and held discussions with Mr. Wamkele Mene, Secretary General of the African Continental Free Trade Area. On to the financial markets. The Ghanaian financial markets witnessed a mixed performance recently, marked by further losses for the cedi. However, notably, the cedi depreciated against both the dollar and euro, reflecting ongoing challenges in currency stabilization. However, amidst these declines, the cedi managed to make gains against the pound sterling, showcasing some resilience in certain currency pairs. Meanwhile, the stock market displayed a different trend, as the composite index remained relatively stable without significant fluctuations. This suggests a level of steadiness in the equity market despite the currency volatility. For further insights, we turn to Tessa Capital.
Welcome to a recap of the markets, brought to you by Tessa Capital Limited. The Ghanaian stock market displayed stability in the week's third trading session, with no fluctuations observed in the composite index. It maintained its position at 3,648.50 points compared to the previous session. Similarly, the financial stock index remained steady at 2,040.76 points. Market capitalization experienced a marginal increase of 0.04%, closing the day at 79.9 billion cedis. The exchange-traded fund GLD achieved a record high during the trading session, with its value soaring by 3.57% to reach 325 cedis and 20 pesos by the close of the day. There were no changes in the value of the equities. Market activity, as indicated by traded volume, witnessed a significant decline of 94.98% as compared to the previous session. MTN Ghana emerged as the most actively traded stock, accounting for 89.06% of the volume traded. Overall, 123,723 shares were exchanged, totaling 2,219,670 cedis by the end of the session. During the foreign exchange session, the Ghanaian cedi continued its depreciation against the US dollar and the euro, while it showed appreciation against the British pound. Specifically, it depreciated by 0.39% and 0.09% against the dollar and the euro respectively, but gained 0.07% against the pound during the day's forex session. Based on the mid-rates provided by the Bank of Ghana, the cedi concluded trading at 13 cedis 55 pesos against the US dollar, 16 cedis 92 pesos against the British pound, and 14 cedis 56 pesos against the euro. This brings our review to an end, and from all of us at Tessa Capital, make it a great day. Visit us online at www.tessacapital.com or call us on 050-154-6859 for more information. Tessa Capital, grow your wealth.
We thank Tessa Capital for those insightful financial updates. On the international front, the U.S. government says it has revoked some licenses that allowed U.S. chip makers to export certain goods to Chinese technology giant Huawei. The Department of Commerce did not specify which permits were cancelled, but the U.S. chip giant Intel and Qualcomm said they had been informed that some export licenses have been revoked. The BBC said Huawei did not immediately respond to its request for a comment. Since 2019, the U.S. has restricted technology exports to Huawei, citing alleged ties to the Chinese military, but companies like Intel and Qualcomm were granted some exemptions. Beijing condemned Washington's moves against its companies. Chinese Foreign Ministry said in a statement that the U.S. was overstretching the concept of national security and abusing export controls to suppress Chinese companies without justification. Some U.S. lawmakers had criticized the administration of President Joe Biden following the launch last month of Huawei's MateBook X Pro laptop. Huawei has been hit hard by the U.S. trade restrictions, but more recently appeared to mount a comeback. The Chinese company has enjoyed a resurgence, particularly after the launch of the Mate 60 Pro smartphone in August. In 2019, during the presidency of Donald Trump, U.S. officials added Huawei to the so-called entity list. That is all time will permit for the business news segment here on Zed in the Morning. Before I leave, a recap of the major stories. VistaJet announces more investment for Ghana and West Africa. Ghana and India commit to robust trade and investment ties. And in the financial markets, the cedi made gains against the pound sterling yesterday. I am Saka Abdullahi. Jerry Ham continues with the show.
Zed 101.9 FM.
It's your lifestyle, leisure, and business radio.
Get ready to make this Mother's Day unforgettable with Z101.9 FM's spectacular Unforgettable Moms promotion. We're giving away fabulous prizes, and all you have to do is share your favorite mom story in 50 words or less. Whether she's your rock or your guiding light, WhatsApp your entries to 0544 321019 before May 9, 2024, and let's make this Mother's Day one for the books. It's sponsored by Sonotech Medical and Diagnostic Center and Best Western Premier Accra Airport Hotel.
It's your lifestyle, leisure, and business radio. It's your lifestyle, leisure, and business radio.
Yeah, it's your lifestyle, leisure, and business radio right here on Z101.9 FM. And we're in the second hour of the show. It's the Tangzi edition of Zed in the Morning. In this hour, top story. What's the top trending story for today? The president has declined a request for full KPMG report on SML GRA. And declined who? They've declined the Media Foundation for West Africa. The MFWA, in a letter dated April 24, 2024, made a request for the complete audit report pursuant to Section 18 of the RTI, the Right to Information Act 2019. However, the presidency is written back to the Media Foundation West Africa, and they have also quoted Section 51A and BI of the same act. We're looking at who is right in this stance. Is the presidency right to use that clause to deny the Media Foundation for West Africa? That is our top trending story for today. Yes, as we do every day, we bring you angles to this very story. We're talking to those who understand it, those who know what they're talking about, just so that you and I, dear listener, we're clear in our minds concerning the things going on around us. That's for top story, but before we go into top story, there are a couple of announcements that I need to run by you. So, for instance, you wake up from Monday to Friday. This is the way your Monday to Friday should go. Like Monday at 5 a.m. So, Mondays to Friday, 5 a.m. Let's start your day right with you, because Pastor Joshua Nst comes your way with morning blessings. Morning blessings right here on Z101.9 FM starts Monday to Friday, 5 a.m. That brings you all through to 5:30. What is happening at 5:30 is that Dr. Mensah Otabil takes over with Living Word. Living Word with Dr. Mensah Otabil right here on Z101.9 FM, Mondays to Fridays from 5:30 to 5:55. And then at 5:55, yours truly, I come in and we go into Zed in the Morning, taking us all through to 9:55, 10 o'clock. At 10 o'clock, still, so your dial should still be here, because at 10 comes NYA the brand, coming your way with a brighter side. Mondays to Fridays, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. Then on Tuesdays, after NYA the brand comes your way, this is just on Tuesdays. Every Tuesday, 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. the show is titled I Have a Story to Tell. I Have a Story to Tell is hosted by Honorable Fritz Bafford, that same Fritz that you know. Yes, and then also right after that, on Mondays to Fridays, 3 p.m. to 7 p.m. Highway 1019 with Freewayo and Ngozi Boateng. And again, they take you home after a hard day's work with a smile on your face. Highway 1019 is a drive that will put a smile on your face. So that should sort you out all through to the evening. So from morning all through to evening, keep your dial here, because amazing shows are coming your way. But what about the weekends? You have nothing to worry about, because you sorted out on the weekends as well. At 8 a.m. every Saturday morning at exactly 8 a.m., it's time with Professor Stephen Ade. The theme is abundant living. Every Saturday right here on Z 101.9 FM. The great man gives you nuggets to ensure that your life is much abundant. Then also on Sundays, Z Gospel Group with DDM comes your way every Sunday, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. right here on Z 101.9 FM. DDM, David Aquamensa, brings you Z Gospel Group, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. He takes you to church and he brings you back. Then on Sundays, right after DDM, comes the man they call the legend, the king of country. Tommy Annan Forsen comes your way with Country Express. He gives you the best of country music. It's from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. Then also on Wednesday, 7 p.m. to 9 p.m., Tommy Annan Forsen is right here giving you the very, very best of country music. So you're home this morning. It's a Thursday. The whole week you've not been going to work. Why? Because there is no job. But how is that possible when you have such skill and such talent and such qualification in the area of sales and marketing? Why don't you do the right thing? Call this number because there is a job waiting for you at a reputable company. 0544 351019. 0544 351019. If you are experienced in the area of sales and marketing, you're the kind of person that is ready for this job. So please call. You're a business person and you've invested so much in your business, but the business is not going the way you expect it to be. Is it because advertising packages that you're coming across are just too exorbitant for you and you're wondering if it's the right place and the right voice for your business? Word of mouth is so important, and I mean, everybody knows that if your business, your brand is not being spoken about on the market, people will not know and people are not going to purchase. People will not patronize and your investments will begin to suffer. This is why ZFM and the New Finder newspaper are combining. There is a combo there to give you exclusive advertising packages. Join the ranks of thriving businesses that are doing that. Call ZFM and the New Finder newspaper and let them be the voice of your business. One number to call once again is 0544 351019. 0544351019. That is the number to call. ZFM and the New Finder newspaper. We're getting you on radio as well as in print. You will not get this anywhere, so please call. The University of Ghana Medical Students Association, UGMSA, is celebrating its annual long week event dubbed Rendest. As an organization dedicated to promoting health education in the community, this year's focus is to create awareness on chronic kidney diseases. So it started from the 1st of May. They've done a lot of the activities already. There was a public health screening and health talk at St. Mary's Senior High. That was on the 1st of May. On the 3rd, they had a week-long basketball night and Jersey night. On the 4th, they had a soccer gala. The 6th, they had a breakfast with the dean. And then 7th, they had an inter-class quiz. Yes, and on the 6th, it was Monday, so the dress code was official Monday. Then on 7th, they had inter-class quiz, rep your school. Then on the 8th, the debate competition, and then what did they do? You had to wear UGMSA. And on the 9th, today, is a cookout competition. And then on the 12th, there's a gospel rock show. So cookout competition, University of Ghana Medical School, Korle Bu, that is the venue. Please go there. I mean, they're cooking, so you can go there and go enjoy yourself. It's the University of Ghana Medical Students Association's week. Please try and pass through. It's the UGMSA venue at Korle Bu. Then the last announcement. How was your childhood like? How were you like with your mom? What are the fondest memories you have with your mom? Were you beaten too much because you were a bad boy like Abdullah Saka, or you were pumped like DJ Wade? What was your childhood like? But if your childhood was like mine, I'm sure you have great memories. All we're asking for at ZFM is we want to help you celebrate your mom. So just do this. 50 words. That's all. A tribute made up of 50 words, not 51. 50 words. 50 or less. Right? In not more than 50 words, tell us about your unforgettable mom, so that on the 12th, on Sunday, there would be an opportunity to win fantastic prizes by participating in what we dubbed the My Unforgettable Mom promotion right here on Z101.9 FM. Send us your script via WhatsApp on the line 0544321019. 0544321019. By the 9th, by today, by close of day today, please let your 50-word tribute to your mom come through. The stories will be shortlisted by our panel of judges, and 3 winners would walk away with awesome prizes for their mom and mother figure in their lives. So hey, let's go. My Unforgettable Mom is sponsored by Sonotech Medical and Diagnostic Center and Best Western Premier Accra Airport Hotel. My Unforgettable Mom promotion on Z101.9 FM, celebrating motherhood. So yes, a top story. The president said to the MFWA Executive Director Suleiman Brahima, I am not giving you the full SML, the report, the full KPMG report on SML GRA contract. is you quoted the RTI. The president also has quoted the RTI. So we're going to go into the RTI and see who has what it takes to make us understand it and understand it more. But as we've done throughout this week, all through from Monday, we've been playing Mama's songs. Let's pick another one. This time from Stoneboy, Mama.
This song is dedicated to every mother.
Mama. I mean, very touching words from Stoneboy for his dear mom. Just take a pen or paper and or just start typing 50 words. That's all, and send it to us 0544321019. You might just win an amazing prize for your mom. But still, keep your comments coming on WhatsApp line 0544321019, and we will read them for you. Is it a birthday? Is it a thought you have? Just share with us right here on Zed in the Morning. We'll do that. You can also go to our social media pages. It is Instagram, Facebook, and X at ZFMGH. That is our handle. And then on TikTok and YouTube is at Z Multimedia. The website is zmultimedia.com. Just pass through and then let's have a conversation. Whatever you send, we will be reading it here just so that you know that we have you at heart. This is Zed in the Morning. It's top story time. And it's about the RTI. The RTI is being put to test this morning. It's been put to test this morning because the president is quoted the same act that the MFWA used in requesting the full report, and he said no. The same act is giving me permission not to. And this is what the letter had said. It said a refusal was based on Section 5(1)(a) and (bi) of the RTI Act, which exempts information prepared for or submitted to the president or vice president containing opinions, advice, deliberations, recommendations, minutes, or consultations from disclosure. So yes, the RTI was to ensure that the public got access to information as and when they wanted, but of course for security reasons and for some other issues you cannot have a blanket bill like that. So there's been exemptions. So the president is using that exemption to prevent the full report from getting to the Media Foundation for West Africa. And I have in the studio someone who was on a committee working on the RTI bill. He's just walked in with a big smile on his face because I'm sure he wants to give me some background information before I start bringing in the angles and the calls and all that. Mr. Obizaku, what first of all, what role did you play in the RTI bill?
Oh yes, I was a leader of the media coalition for RTI.
What role was that? Was media coalition?
It got to a point we realized that the RTI bill had been going back and forth for almost 2 decades in Parliament and not being passed. So they realized that we need to use the media to put pressure on Parliament and the government of the day to make sure that the law gets passed. So some of us as journalists came together and mobilized further other colleagues throughout the country. In all the regions we had the coalition formed, called the Media Coalition on RTI.
Mm-hmm.
And all we were doing was to put more pressure on the government and Parliament to make sure that we have an RTI law. And in fact, the work we did, actually, I can say, was largely responsible for the passage of the RTI, because we were consistent every day. We were putting the RTI issue up for discussion. If I went for discussion, I actually went for a demonstration. Yes, we went for demonstration.
What kind of demonstration?
Around Parliament, the day the budget was going, the State of the Nation was going to be delivered, and I was arrested.
I
was arrested, put at the back of Parliament police station. They say the demonstration was illegal, and that we didn't have permission from the police. And I said, it's a budget day. So we are also by the roadside telling the president, the people who pass by,
to go and pass the RTI bill.
This rude military people, they destroy all our signboards and everything. Our messages were holding, placards, they destroyed everything.
But you didn't get some 2 slaps?
They asked for slap, it didn't happen.
Okay.
But they went and put me at the
Parliament
police station counterback that I'm under arrest.
For how many hours?
I spent like almost an hour there.
Okay. So now you were picketing and pushing for this passage.
Yes.
Did you people really go into the bill itself? Did you understand the bill?
We did a lot of. In fact, the coalition actually worked with the larger RTI coalition. There was a whole larger RTI coalition that was working on this.
Was that the one with the late Sheshe?
Yeah, the late Sheshe. If I want to talk about RTI in Ghana, the Sheshe is like the main champion of RTI in Ghana. The late lawyer Koto Ampao. If you talk about RTI, he is a pillar when it comes to the fight for Ghana to have an RTI.
So Mr. Elvis Dako, tell me, what's your take on this Media Foundation for West Africa and the presidency thing?
Well, what has happened to some of us didn't come as a surprise, because we envisaged it. See, when the bill was sent to Parliament, Parliament set up its own team to review the bill.
Mm-hmm.
And as part of the review, they came out with all kinds of changes to the original bill. And then they made as much as about 13 or 14 line items that are supposed to be exempted.
Mm-hmm. The exemptions are where I'm interested.
And one of them is information prepared for the president and the vice president.
Mm-hmm.
And the argument over there is that, well, if president and the vice as the leaders of the country, are to take decisions. During the process of that decision taking, they releasing the information could injure the entire process of that, whatever deliberations that are going on.
Which is true.
Which is true. So that presented a blanket exemption. And we said no. The blanket exemption to the president and the vice is unacceptable. We should categorically and specifically say it is only for the deliberative process, and that once the deliberative process ends and a decision is taken, then that information should be available for the public if anybody requests for it. But in fact, our push to get these additional clauses into the bill became a tug of war between the coalition and the MPs.
Okay.
It got to a point. We were told that if we continue to push, then the law will not be passed.
Meanwhile, you needed the greater law to go
to be
through.
Passed. So at a point, we have to make a concession. But we were under the view that the exemption, the way it was couched, is not blanket, and that we interpreted it to mean that even when we didn't get it specifically stated, once there's a reference to the deliberative process, we said the deliberative process meant that during the process of taking the decision, yes, the information cannot be released. But once the decision has been taken and the process is concluded to the end, if anybody asks for that information, it should be released. That's what it was. But normally Ghanaians, public servants and politicians do not want to release it. So we knew that this is what we were going to face. Now the time is coming that people will use this as a blanket exemption for everything that is about the president and the vice. That anything that you are expecting from there, you will not get it because they will quote this particular article. But in the same law, Clause 17 also made additional provisions that if the information, even if it's exempted, but when you weigh it, public interest is at stake and there's a high public interest, then it means that the information should be released to the public. So the presidency quoted 5A and B, right? Mm-hmm. But then what about the 17? Because clearly this SML thing has generated a lot of public debate, and there's a lot of huge public interest in this issue. And therefore, I will assume that if we apply this clause 17, then it will mean that the president should be able to release the report, in the sense that the president has already reviewed the report and has issued directives as to what should be done. And as we speak today, GRA has also put it in the public domain that the directives of the president have been carried out.
Yeah.
So this will be seen as a conclusion of the process. And therefore, if the process is concluded, why should the release of the report still become a problem?
Yes, but
because the decision has been taken on what should be done.
But Mr. Dakum,
and what should be done has also been done.
The thing is this: one or two of the president's recommendations, or not recommendations, directives,
yes,
have been carried out. If I'm the president, I'll tell you that I'm still looking at the report. I have further directives I'm about to give.
That should be in the release from the presidency, but it's not in there.
You know
that the president has further actions to take, and for which reason the report. But that's not what in the release from the presidency. So since that is not in the release of the presidency, I assume that the president has concluded his work. Because that is what we've been made to understand. Because we don't have the full report, and the presidency gave directives to GRA. GRA has put it in the public domain that the president's directives have been carried out. So then that concludes the process. So if there is anything as we are trying to assume, then that should be made public in the statement the president released yesterday, that though the directives to GRA have been carried out, the president is going to take further steps regarding the report for which it will not release. But that's not the excuse they gave. They said the law blanketly gave them that exemption, so they can't release the report. That's what they said.
Yeah.
So they are using the law at the 5A and B as the reason for not releasing the report. So they did not cite the fact that they have anything more to do with the report. They said that the law also says that anything prepared for the president and the vice cannot be released under an RTI regime. But then the clause 17 also make exception to that. That even if it is an exempted information, but there is a huge public interest in it. And in this case, it is not a national security matter.
Yes, but
in this case, it's not a national security
Mr.
matter.
Ako, what is huge public interest? How do we weigh huge public interest?
But it was the huge problem that made the president set up, ask KPMG to go and investigate. If there's no public interest, how would the president have asked the KPMG to investigate?
Yeah, but
so the
how
fact
do
that
the
fact that the president directed KPMG to go and do the investigation,
it means it was huge enough.
It means that the president recognized that there's high public interest, and I think the president directives at that time for the investigation by KPMG was based on the fact that there was a lot of public interest in the issue. So the fact that the president issues a directive asking KPMG to do a report, and the full report has been presented to the president, is recognition that there's public interest in the issue.
Let's go through the bill and let's pick on this very 17 you're talking about.
Okay.
Disclosure for the protection of public interest. For the protection of public interest. Despite a provision of this act on information exempt from disclosure, information is not exempt from disclosure if the disclosure of the information reveals evidence of a contravention of or a failure to comply with a law, an imminent and serious threat to public safety, public health, or morals, the prevention of disorder or crime, or the protection of the rights or freedoms of others, C, a miscarriage of justice, D, an abuse of authority or a neglect in the performance of an official function, or E, any other matter of public interest. Any other matter of public interest. That's where you're standing.
Yes, public interest in the sense that we are talking about the public purse. And the allegation from the media house is that the state has lost money in the deal. So there is a huge public interest that the state has lost money. And as part of that one you read, also whether there's a breach of any rule. Per the KPMG report, they said that, and which the president also alluded to in
giving the directive
statement, is that the contract should have received a parliamentary approval, but it did not. That one is a KPMG finding which found its way also in the statement the president issues on the report.
So this 17(1)(a), contravention.
Yeah, contravenes the fact that there's the allegations of breach of that, of the A. And then the public interest. The public interest here is that there's an allegation that the state has lost money. Taxpayers' money has gone to wrong hands. That is the allegation. So that's the public interest here. So if you look at the 17, really there are reasons that this report should be released. But because both sides are up and down, at the end of the day, maybe the Media Foundation may have to go to the Information RCI Commission for a ruling. And then using the 17. And if they disagree still, they could go to the Supreme Court for interpretation. And then this thing can be settled. Because for now, the presidency has made it clear that they are not going to release the response based on clause 5, A and B.
Opinions,
but
advice.
Yeah. But 17 is also saying that, yes, the information may be exempt. But if for these various reasons, the information will no longer be exempt, has to be released. You understand it?
And the E is any other matter of public interest. And the benefits of disclosure clearly outweigh the harm or danger that the disclosure will cause.
So in this case, it's about contract execution. So what is the danger to the state? There's no danger to the state. Somebody says that state has lost money. That is the allegation. The report has come out to say, look, they don't think the state has really lost money because the company has done some work and the work yielded an additional revenue for 2.45 billion. That is what the KPMG report says. And for which reason they think that this is the outcome of their findings. And you, the president, said because that particular finding says that the project has actually helped in curtailing under declaration, that part of the contract should continue. The only thing they should do is the fee regime. That should be changed from variable to fixed cost, which you said that change should be done. And that aspect, which is saving the state money, should continue. Meanwhile, the other parts of the contract should be terminated. That is the upstream one, which is yet to take place, and the foreign something verification, which is also the president directed that aspect should also be terminated. So clearly, but there's a huge public interest about whether public
according to the Daily Statesman,
yes.
the letter that was in response to MFWA added that the disclosure would compromise the integrity of the deliberative process reserved for the highest officers of the land.
The deliberative process is ended.
That's what I'm saying. Maybe that's not ended.
If it's not ended, they have to tell us what is left. No, you see, we have to be clear in our minds. If the deliberative process is not ended, then the statement should have explained that although the president has given certain directives, they are just initial, and that there are more things that the president is going to do about it, for which reason the report cannot be released. But that is not the reason they have given. They said that the deliberative process is that you have been given advice by KPM. You said the KPM is going to do a report. They brought a report, and then you and your advisors as president and your chieftains looked to the KPMG report, and you said, okay, these are the findings of KPMG report, and these are the steps to be taken. So now an action has been taken. So after the action has been taken, what deliberative process are we talking about again?
But the presidency...
So if there are more deliberative processes, then we have to be told.
Okay.
But for us, in our mind as a public,
it's ended.
It's ended because decisions have been taken.
Okay, let me also add the fact that the presidency is also saying that the principal findings and recommendations of the KPMG report have been published in a detailed press statement issued by the office of the president on April 24th, 2024.
Thank you. So if the major findings are already in public, we say we want the full report, then it should be easy to release.
Why do you need a full report?
Because if we are to believe, see, that statement of the president over there can be problematic to them. Because you are telling me that what is significant, the aspects of the report that you deem significant, you have put it in a press release. We are not challenging that. But we are saying that
should that not be enough?
Just give us the full report. Because what you determine as the significant aspect probably is not what will be significant to me sitting here. So you give me the full report of the KPMG finding. Let me also determine whether after reading the entire report, I agree with you that what you have done is a significant, or if there's something else there, then I think it's significant, but you gloss over it, then I draw your attention to it back. So for me, if indeed the presidency wants the public to believe that the most significant findings of the report is what is out, then releasing the actual report shouldn't be problematic. You see why I've told you that the deliberative process ended? Because if the deliberative process is not ended, why are we being told that the most significant aspect of the report is what has been in the press release? So if the press release actually captured the most significant issues, then releasing the report should not be a problem. It shouldn't be a problem at all. For me, it shouldn't be a problem at all, because if I think the things that are damaging, that the public is supposed to know, are put in a press release. If somebody is asking me for the full report, Jerry, I'll just release the full report, because already I've made you aware of the most significant things. So if you want to know the insignificant ones that are left, why wouldn't I release it? So you see, I think that this press release itself comes with challenges because of the way they count some of the statements. Because if the most significant things are out, what is left is not significant. I want the insignificant one, and you say you won't give me the insignificant one. So you see, this kind of press releases give them problematic. I think they should have ended with the fact that, based on the RTI law, they are not releasing it, and then leave it like that. Let Media Foundation or anybody who is also interested to say, then we are going to RTI Commission with clause 17. If we fail, we'll go to the Supreme Court for interpretation. Then the process is going.
And then it enriches the...
Yes, but now that you have actually said that the most significant things have been put out, then I want to know the insignificant. Why should you now be interested in withholding the insignificant information from me when you have given me the significant one? So you see, when you say it this way and you refuse to release the report, then the impression will be that you are actually not telling us that the actual thing you consider significant might not be what you put out there. But
why are you not satisfied with just the press release?
I am not the one not satisfied. It is
Are you satisfied?
I have said that the report of KPMG settles everything. Because if KPMG says they've done the work, and we're both of us to discuss here about the reputation of certain institutions, how when they put out their work, you may not like them or whatever it is. But in terms of saying they are an authority on an issue, it's not in doubt. KPMG, an accounting firm, asked to do an accounting job. Oh, my brother. We remembered when we went to the Supreme Court for the election petition, who was asked to count the pink sheets and provide a report to the Supreme Court. It was the same KPMG that was asked to go and count all the pink sheets and list and do this. And they are the one who did all the work for the Supreme Court in terms of auditing of the pink sheets. And their work resulted in whatever decision.
But the presidency is saying, listen, so, I'm working a fine balance between public disclosure, which I have done with the major findings, and then also the law.
That which they added even actually is what is creating more problem for this issue. If you have released the most significant aspect, and I'm asking that, okay, the insignificant ones that you have not, give it to me, Jerry, should that be difficult?
Okay, moving on from this.
Be difficult.
Moving on from this issue,
right?
Still on the RTI.
Yes.
What are the loopholes you see that this then has a potential to?
No. In fact, we from day one we recognize that because in this country, people are very difficult to release information. They don't understand that what they are doing with the public is being done with public money, and whatever that is done with public money, the public have the right to know how you are spending their money, how you are using it. In this country, people treat information that they gather in the course of their work like a national security secret. Yes, we're in this country where we're told that a report or a fire outbreak report is a national security document, so it will be released to the public. We've seen all this. So you see, people think that when they are in public office and they are working, whatever they are doing, they treat it like it's their private property. So when you are asking for information, they think that you don't deserve to know because you are not the one doing the work. But what they should understand is that everybody in public office is working for every single Ghanaian. So every single Ghanaian has the right to demand information about what you are doing. Because we put you there to work for us. We are paying your salary. Everything you are doing, we are the one who are paying for it. So if we want to know how our monies are being used, or the duties you assign you to undertake, how you are performing them, you owe it a duty to give it to us. But because people have become very averse to releasing information, that's how come we have to fight all the way to this RTI level. But I must put it on record that everywhere in the world, when RTI regimes come into place, yes, these are the challenges you face in the initial implementation stages. Public workers everywhere in the world find it difficult to release information. So globally, you can find out in global that many countries that actually started the implementation many years ago, the initial stages had these teething problems of, no, we think this part of the law says we can't do this.
Yeah.
But with time, they
as
find
these things go through
yes,
the legal
people get
process,
to understand that the information actually is not mine. I'm just working on behalf of the people. So if the people want to know what I'm doing, if it is not bordering on national security threat, then I have the duty to publish. And that's why the law makes provision what called voluntary publication. Now you don't even need to wait for the Ghanaian to come and seek for the information. And that through print, through electronic, through any other means, whatever you are doing, that is not an exempted information. You should put it out in all these forms so that people can easily access information.
There's something of interest to me, still under your 17 to, this is what section, it said, a person who discloses information or authorizes the disclosure of information under this section, that is the 17 we're talking about, is not liable in criminal or civil proceedings for the disclosure or authorization of the disclosure of information under this section.
Yes, because of the public interest.
So what this is saying is that if somebody who has the report now, the full report, goes out and discloses it, the person can't be charged.
No, once there's an RTI application for it, and the person discharges it.
So Media Foundation should write to KPMG.
No, KPMG is a private institution.
Okay. So any public institution that has the full report should be able to disclose, and nothing will happen to them.
No, because the public interest, that's what if the president set up, ask KPMG to go and do an investigation based on the work of the Media Foundation, that means that it is because of public interest. That's what the president has asked.
Yeah.
That let's establish what actually the truth is in this case. So that is the public interest here. Okay, it's not that the presidency on its own decided that, oh, this SML report project, we want to know what is happening there. And then the president on his own asked KPMG to go and do anything. They have a report, and then the media got to know that something like that has been done. Then that one means the president on his own did it. And even at that point, public interest it will still be at play, because if the journalists can prove that there are things in that report that the public needs to know, then there's a case for public interest as well. Even if the government did it by itself, by journalists get a scoop that this report is lying here, but these are some of the things there that the state doesn't want the public to know. And these are public interest issues. That information still falls under public interest. So the point is that we should understand that implementation of RTI regimes everywhere in the world faces these challenges. With time, we are going to have people with the mindset that the information we gather in line of our duty is not ours. It's not supposed to be hidden from the public. The public have to know, so we must put it out there. 2,
anyway,
this exemption, when it becomes clear that it's being abused unnecessarily, then there has to be another advocacy, one, to make sure that we review it, or there may be a Supreme Court decision. Somebody might go to the Supreme Court to challenge it, and then maybe a Supreme Court decision will automatically amend the provision on exemptions, especially in the case of the vice president and the president. So I think that one of these options is going to happen. One of them, three options. One, people may decide to disclose because they are getting to understand the importance of releasing information.
Yeah.
2,
someone will force. The law will force somebody.
By an amendment, the court may, by a ruling, amend this automatically, or there will be an advocacy to force the government to get amendments and get it back to Parliament for it to be amended. One of these is likely to happen, but we should be thankful that we have such a law. Now, Ghanaians are empowered. And I want people to know that Media Foundation does not need to be the one asking for this report from the presidency. Every Ghanaian, including foreigners, even foreigners have the right to use RTI to apply for information. That's what people don't know. The RTI law is not for journalists. If there's this impression that the law has been passed for media people to go and demand information, it's for every Ghanaian. There could be just a single individual citizen somewhere who will say that this thing I want the president to release and write an RTI request the presidency. So Ghanaians should embrace the law. We should all embrace this act and ask for more information so that we will know what public officials are doing on our behalf. And when things are not going well, we can correct it. And then when things are going well, we can correct it. There is a record in the UK that a single RTI request is what has led to the improvement of the ambulance service in the UK. Because people were complaining about the ambulance service not delivering expected services. But then it is just complaint. And somebody filed an RTI request that he wants to know the database on the performance of the ambulance service. They want to know the times they arrive at since when they are called, everything. And when the data was put out there, the government itself was forced to do entire review, because then there are so many government agents who even didn't know that that was what was happening. But when the data became public as a result of an RTI request, lot of changes were done in the system.
Okay.
We transformed the ambulance system. One request has changed the lives of so many people who would have been victims of late arrival of ambulances in the UK and the rest. And today, they have very efficient system in terms of ambulance service. It is not for media people. It is not to go and tarnish anybody's image. It is not to antagonize public officials. It's to make sure that every Ghanaian has the right to know that if I want information about whatever any public institution is doing, the law empowers me to write to that institution and demand that information. And within 14 days, I must receive a reply from the institution.
Thank you very much, Mr. Elvis Darko, giving us the behind-the-scenes thoughts on the RTI bill. Thank you so much. This has been Top Story right here on Zed in the Morning. Coming up, 7:55, and we will be taking business briefs right here on Zed in the Morning.
It's your lifestyle, leisure, and business radio.
Yeah, when you hear money, you know it's Business Briefs right here on Zed in the Morning. It's their mini MBA on wheels. So the whole of this week, we've been looking at what experts are calling the most important business skill. And what is the skill? It is the skill of networking. So we've been looking at networking throughout this week. Last Monday, we started by talking about the two important things that we're looking at 10. And last Monday, we touched on 2. Communication skills, very important to networking. And then your listening skills as well. Then on Tuesday, we looked at relationship building, your ability to relate well with people. And then emotional intelligence, we looked at that on Tuesday. On Wednesday, we looked at curiosity and open-mindedness. And then we also touched on confidence. Today, we're looking at 2 other ways by which you can truly be a great networker as a business person. Strategic thinking. Having a strategic approach to networking. Such as identifying key contacts or events to focus on, can lead to more effective networking outcomes. So be strategic in your thinking. It's simply an intentional and rational thought process that focuses on the analysis of critical factors. So when you're approaching someone to network, think strategically, think long term. How am I going to make sure that this relationship I'm about to establish, this networking I'm about to do, would send us, would inure to the benefit of myself or my business? And then the last one is networking tools and technology. Be familiar with tools such as social media platform and apps that you can use to enhance your networking skills. So those are the two very important things that you need to do. Be strategic in your thinking, be conversant with the tools that you can use to actually network and network well. So that has been your lesson for today on Business Briefs right here on Zed in the Morning. We come your way tomorrow with 2 more of the important ways by which you can learn how to network as a business person. Experts say it can be, or it is, the most important business skill. Right here on Zed in the Morning has been Business Briefs on Z 101.9 FM. We'll be going into the 3rd hour of the show. It's Zed Talk. The whole of this week we've been doing business in Ghana. That's been a theme of Zed Talk the whole of this week. Doing business in Ghana. And you know, on Monday we did GIPC, and on Tuesday we spoke to amazing entrepreneurs who are doing some great job. And then yesterday we did a taxman. Today we're doing business culture as part of the series Doing Business in Ghana. When we come back, we're talking business in Ghana, their business culture. We're talking to Mr. Kenneth Thompson, who is the director of Dalex Finance, navigating Ghana's business culture. That is the topic coming up right after this. This is Z 101.9 FM. We told you this is more than a morning show. This is a great learning experience. or the mother figure in your life, please try. Charlie, it's just 50 words. You're going to win amazing prizes, so please do so. On 12th of May, Sunday, Z101.9 FM would offer you an opportunity to win fantastic prizes by participating in a My Unforgettable Mom promotion to celebrate your mom, guardian, or mother figure in your life. Write a tribute, 50-word tribute. Send it to us. Send a 50-word tribute to us. Send your script via the line 0544 32 1019 0544 321019 by the 9th of May. Today send it to us. If you're lucky and it's interesting and it's exciting enough and it's shortlisted, you'll be among the 3 winners that will walk away with awesome prizes for your mom or mother figure in your life. So let's go, please. Just do that. My Unforgettable Mother is sponsored by Sonotech Medical and Diagnostic Center and Best Western Premier Accra Airport Hotel. Please send a tribute. We're waiting. My Unforgettable Mom promotion on Z101.9 FM, celebrating motherhood.
It's your lifestyle, leisure, and business radio.
Z101.9 FM.
Your lifestyle, leisure, and business radio.
Doing business in Ghana. That's Zed Talk for this week. Today, it's a privilege. Mr. Kenneth Thompson is in the house. Dalex Finance is here to tell us about how culture is important in the running of a business, in the thriving of a business, in the survival and sustainability of a business. Culture, the key culture. Today we're talking culture as part of doing business in Ghana. If you're a business person out there, you want your dial to be right here, because when we come back, Mr. Kenneth Thompson is in the house. We're going to be talking about business culture.
Signals, I'm throwing them back, flirting, cause I dig you like that. Pete baby boy style, hoping we match. You sent me Crown Royale with a note attached. You said you look like the type that know what you like. I can tell by the jewels, you go for the ice. Plus, you wear shoes well, the suit flows nice. I don't like the notes too well, let's be more precise. Meet me by the VIP, let's powwow. Whisper in my ear like blue, let's bounce now. About to say peace to my mans for you. When it's all said and done, I got plans for you. He said, at the bar, high post, frontin', I toast. Getting my flirt on, player, ain't nothing. He trying to say the right words to get inside of here. Jackpot when he said his bullshit in here. And his smile blind like the shine on his necklace. Mind telling me no, body telling me exit. Breast said yes, give me more wet kisses. Twist my body like the exorcist. Hey, the way he lit his lips, he was macking. True thug passion, I'm like, slow down before you crashing. Never mind him, he ain't think about you or the way we sex. On a villa up in Malibu, marry who? Daddy please, I'm taking it all, from the stash to the keys. So let me see, but I'm about to dead my mans for you. When it's all said and done, I got plans for you. He said, I need you in my life. Gotta get you home with me tonight. Gotta get you home with me tonight.
In the heart of Accra, nestled in the vibrant neighborhood of East Legon, a new beacon, a 360 multimedia firm has emerged. Introducing Zed Multimedia. With a steadfast focus on lifestyle, leisure, and business, we set out to bring high-value oriented programs that captivate the taste and desires of our audience. From the captivating airwaves of Zed 101.9 FM.
This week, doing business in Ghana. Good morning, sir, and welcome to Z 101.9 FM.
Morning, how are you?
I'm good.
Good. You're looking well. You're looking sharp.
As always.
In the studio. I'm the sharpest studio person I've come across.
Thank you so much, sir. It's great to have you.
Thank you. It's great. I'm very happy to be here to share my experience. I'm really, really very happy to share my experience.
Yeah, we are honored to have you.
Yes,
it's great to see you after a while.
I'm still in system. And culture. What I'm going to talk about this morning is based on my experience as CEO. Is based on what we've done, what we did, how it's, our performance went from average to stratospheric. But the thing that makes me most proud are all the young people that were able to inspire and build in them a culture that allowed them to excel. And if you take Delex staff, anywhere they've been, they go to any organization in this country, they excel because the culture is part of them.
So what's organizational culture? What is that thing? When you say culture, what is it?
You see, there's a phrase which was popularized by I think it's Peter Drucker. Is it Peter Drucker? What's he called? Let me check. Peter Drucker.
The father of management.
Yes.
Okay.
He says, culture eats strategy for breakfast.
No matter how good your strategy is.
Culture is strategy for breakfast because culture influences behavior. I don't accept that Ghanaians are a certain way in a business environment. I don't accept that. It depends on the culture that the organization has. It's enduring, it affects an execution, it influences leadership, and in business culture is very important.
Mr. Thompson,
yeah.
Their videos are there. They said, I left my business, Ghanaians, they collapse business, Ghanaians, they kill business. I tried to set up a business and Ghanaians spoiled my business. Ghanaians did this. You are saying it is not the human beings, it's not the Ghanaians that we have a particular problem. However, it is the organization that did not put in the right culture.
Yeah, let me tell you what we did. So, there are different types of culture. And we started Delex Finance in 2006. And, we started at a time when there was a lot of hope about indigenous businesses. And a lot of people were inspired by Mr. Mwabing. I give him credit. People were inspired by him. Those indigenous businessmen doing well. UT was everything that you hoped that you could be. They were sharp.
Yeah, I remember.
I remember, yes. And at that time, a lot of businesses in the financial sector started to spring up. I had come back from England not too long ago. I had started working with an equity fund. I'd met Mr. Brooks, and we started Delex Finance. We started as three people, and my frustration, after some time, I was a bit frustrated about, what can I do to get this company working in a way that will produce results? Because it was very obvious to me that we needed to be dynamic. Our first strategy session we had in Krokobite, it was 10 of us, including the driver and 2 cleaners and the gardener. And
you took the cleaner and the gardener for a strategy session?
Well, we had to go for a strategy session. And that's what the staff of the company. So, what
was the cleaner and driver going to do at the session?
I'll come to that. You'll understand why they're important. I'll come to that. And I take that comment with a lot of anger, because everybody is very important to your business. Everybody's important. So, went to Kokobite, we got one of the top consultants to facilitate the session. We came up with a strategy, and 6 months later, everything failed. I mean, everything failed.
Culture had eaten your strategy for breakfast.
I remember there was a day we had a rule that work starts at 9 o'clock, and there were people that came into work. They probably rolled in at 8:45 or 9 o'clock, go to the eating area and start to eat. And one day I sacked 6 people on the spot. I was so angry.
You fired 6 people
on the spot. I found them in the
after 9.
Yes, they were now opening their watching. I fired them on the spot. I was incensed. You know, it got. I was so angry because I thought, but you can't run. You know, we are working in a competitive environment. You know, you can't work like this. You have to be. Business is war, and that's how I see business is war. So then I had issues where, we'll have people who give me the reports don't make sense. I have issues where they wait for me to go home, everybody disappears. And I was so frustrated. But a few years later, so this is about the 3rd, 4th year, I went on a course in the States because I believe in training and work. You got to learn. I went on a course in America, and they talked about culture and they talked about change. And I thought, Jesus, this will solve my problem. So I came back to Ghana, and I had met Mr. Jackson at around 2000. I was then managing an equity fund, and we became friends. He'd come back from Nigeria, had made some money, was minding his own business. I said, Joe, come and help me on the course in the States. And I actually would advise any serious businessman to go and learn. There's nothing you're doing that's not been done before. 4-day course, I'm thinking, Jesus, Ken Thompson, you're in trouble. So I came back and said, found Joe, called me a few times, he wouldn't respond. I said, Joe, come and help me, I need help. So he came, I gave him the material, and then said, Joe, this is what I'm thinking. I want a culture for Dalex, So you go study this material, and then let's see how we can get the employees to start to think a certain way, how to work a certain way. So he went to study the material, came back, we had 1 or 2 meetings, or quite a few meetings, we decided what the culture should be. But then you can't wake up on Monday and tell your staff that this is a company culture. It doesn't happen. So what we did was that we facilitated workshops. At that time, we facilitated a workshop at African Regent. Sorry for mentioning that, no. And the workshops, when we do workshops, it was for all the staff. But we had staff that were nationwide. So we got the staff to come in groups. All I did during that workshop was to make an introduction, myself, what we're trying to do, and then speak at the end. So my contribution was 5 minutes. And we got, during the workshop, we gave some, first you got to set the scene. So, when we do workshops, we break the people into groups. We get the groups to give themselves different names. At our workshops, we always make sure that we have, at the back, we have tea, coffee laid out, apples, grapes, because you're doing adult learning. So you've got to make the people feel special. If we do bananas and watermelon, they'll say this, but they are not serious. So once the scene had been set, we went through a process where then we said, so what should you do? How should the company behave? And then at those workshops, everybody agreed what the culture should be. So, and I'm sure there are staff of Dalex listening to this and say, Jesus, we probably were conned. But it was a process. There's always a process. So by the end of the workshop, and Mr. Jackson was just facilitating, and we did series of competitions, presentations, we all agreed that this is what the company's culture should be. And that's what the company's culture became. So we called it Only Results Matter. So our culture is Only Results Matter. We don't take prisoners. We say that if you take prisoners, prisoners are expensive, so we don't take prisoners. So now you have your culture. How do you get people to now buy into that culture? So everybody has bought into it, but you got to have a process. So one of the things too that I learned on the program was we did quarters change program. So there's an 8-step quarters change program if you want to do change. And I will, once again, I've tried to get other companies that I advise to do it. It's hard work, but it's worth it. The first thing you do is create a sense of urgency. So how do we create a sense of urgency? So we actually did a poster with my picture in it, and we wrote out, all, the issues to do with the economy, where the company had come from, where it was going. And we pasted it around the offices. Everybody had an office. Then we developed culture artifacts, those songs. One of the songs was Michael Jackson's Man in the Mirror. Man in the mirror, if you want to make a change, take a look at yourself. If you want to make a change, take a look at yourself and make that change. And Dalex, we inserted Dalex in the song. I mean, over time, that song did not endure. The one that's endured is, we have Father Dalex has many sons as Father Dalex. I am one of them, and so are you. So let's all praise Dalex. Left hand, right hand, we did that. Then we also went on a road show. What we did was we went on a road show. And one thing that we did very well was every time we go on the road show, all over the country, from the north to the east, the south, the west, we do the presentation. There's culture inserted into it. The same apples and pears and things at the back, participative, to the point where people feel the culture. They feel, and that's how we transformed it. Feel the culture. We had, competitions. We have competitions as to, people that are demonstrating the Dalex culture the best. We had competitions regarding that. We had people to collaborate with us. We made sure we spoke to opinion leaders. There are people, in anything that you're doing, you've got to make sure that you have your opinion leaders on board. We made sure we had the opinion leaders on board. We celebrated our wins, and we kept reinforcing the culture. So at some point, before every meeting, we have to talk about the Dalex culture. We are proud that if you go to the company and start from the cleaner to the CEO, everybody understands the culture, because everything that you do must exhibit the culture. From the way we receive guests, from the way we write letters, from the way we approach our work, everything has to reflect the culture. And it's been just work after work, hammering after hammering, doing workshops, sharing. There are a lot of companies that the HR or CEO thinks something in their head and nothing else happens. You have to go out there and get your team to be involved, because it's the team that wins. The team will always win. And what I'm telling you is based on just pure experience. And, for over a certain period, our compound annual rate of growth was over 42%. If you go to Dalex now and ask anybody about company's culture, they'll tell you. Everybody will tell. They'll tell you, we don't take prisoners, only results matter. And we say that if you have an issue, provide positive feedback, but you escalate. So, for example, if I came to the studio this morning and you are not there, I'll speak to your producer and say, producer, where's this man? He's not there. It doesn't happen. I go above and I go to MD. If MD doesn't solve the problem, I go above. You got to escalate, but you have to deliver a result. So culture is important, and it's got to wait. And if you want to succeed, make sure you get your culture right. So it's got nothing to do with Ghanaians. But if you want results, do things the right way. I'm sure if I asked the receptionist what the culture of this company was, she wouldn't be able to say anything. I can guarantee you. I can guarantee you. So when she received it this morning, what's she supposed to do? What's she supposed to exhibit? How is she supposed to, what's she looking forward to?
Mr. Thompson.
Yes.
Now, okay, so I bought into the whole culture thing. The person said, I love what he's saying, I'm going to implement it. Create a sense of urgency, yes, fine. Cultural artifacts. Then we do roadshow, grapes and all that is nice. That's cost there. What role is cost playing in ensuring that some organizations are putting out the right cultures and some are also not understanding this culture conversation? Cost.
Okay, so one thing that another thing they'll tell you in Dalex is that we have champagne taste by beer money. We have champagne taste by beer money. So if we go on a road show, we'll find a local school to do direct shopping.
You can go to a hotel.
No, why are you spending that kind of money? We won't do that. It's a waste of money. Well, as far as we are concerned, we have champagne taste by beer money. We'll go to a local hotel. We'll probably get the person who sells wachi or cook or whatever to supply the food. And everybody understands that. Another thing that they understand about our culture is that whilst we've got beer money, we are very focused on incentivizing the staff. We rather pay the money to the staff as bonuses or as commission when they sell. Champagne taste, beer money. I mean, I've carried apples and grapes to as far as Tamale and beyond, you know, and the way we approach it is professional all the time. Whether there are two people, whether there's one person, you've got to make sure you're professional. And that's where leadership is important. You've got to live and breathe the culture. So, you know, there are subcultures underneath all this. You have, you know, attention to detail. We have tenacity. We have, you know, there are two other things I can't remember. So, if you want to build a business, the first thing in your mind should not be the cost of developing your staff. The first thing in your mind is that this is what I want to get to. How am I going to do it in a cost-effective way? Yes. How am I going to do it in a cost-effective way? Champagne taste,
beer money.
Beer money. I have champagne taste, and that I never compromise. But I have beer money. And that is part of the culture. If you go and ask them, everybody say, oh, champagne taste, beer money. So everything we're doing, we're trying to say, how can we achieve the result but not spend money that we don't have?
Let's still use the Dalex conversation. Only results matter.
Only
we take
results.
no prisoners.
You know why you don't take prisoners?
You said they're expensive.
Yes, why are prisoners expensive?
You look after them.
You have got to feed them.
Yeah.
You got to house them. If you're on the move, you're going to take them with you. Transport. Why are you taking prisoners? You can't take prisoners. Get me the results. That's the only thing that matters.
So the scenario you gave, you come here, I'm not here, you talk to the producer, where is Jerry? They say Jerry's not here. You go to the boss,
I'll go as far
I'll
go as far as your grandmother, if she's in the grave, to make sure I get to you.
All you need is the result.
That's the most important thing. I tell people, you know, if you need Mr. Thompson to do something, you know, come to my house at 6 in the morning. Stay there to 12. Stay there the whole week. Find me. If I'm in the hospital, come and get me. Put my hand on the thumb. Put my thumb wherever it is. If I'm in my coffin chair, say, wait. Give him the pen, let him sign. But give me a result. And everybody understands that. I mean, for our sales team, I mean, it's so efficient that we have 3 strikes, you're out. So 3 strikes, you're out. So first month, you don't meet your target. Second month, you don't meet your target. You get a love letter 1. You call it a love letter. Third month, love letter 2. Fourth month, you're out.
Is that not a brutal culture which will feel,
you see,
military in a sense?
The thing is that your team must always be energized. Business is a war. There's more W. And you must build a team of the willing. And you can't take prisoners. You can't do that in business. You cannot do that in business. Full stop.
If the person must go, he must go.
It's nothing personal. I mean, it's impersonal. I don't like somebody. I don't dislike somebody else. I always tell the staff that if I could do all the work, I'll do all the work and take all the money. But I can't. So I need a team. But I need a team of people that are performing. I need the people that feel incentivized. I need a team of people that deliver results. If you're not, so that's why there are 3 love letters. If you don't meet the first time, we talk to you, we train, blah, blah, blah. If it doesn't, if it's not working, it's not working.
Amazing.
No, I don't think it's not. You see, and it's about. It's not about being amazing. It's about doing what everybody else does.
Only results matter. Take no prisoners. Have champagne taste, but beer money. We're coming back, still talking to Mr. Kenneth Thompson, Chief Executive of Daylex Finance, right here on Zed in the Morning.
It's your lifestyle lurcher.
respond to incentives. Ghanaians are no different from any other human being on earth. Maybe we come from a lower base. I don't know, whatever I describe that base. But give them the right incentives and they'll respond. And I'm not saying they're going to go be challenges. If you are challenged, move on. But human beings respond to incentives.
Leadership is cause. Everything else is effect.
Yes.
So the cultural change or the culture must start from the very top. It's not so much starting at the top. You've got to recognize very quickly is the team that wins. And whatever vision you have, whatever you want to do, you must bring the team along. And that bringing the team along is not writing some big mission and vision statements in your reception. And I can assure you, if I asked you what your mission and vision said, you won't remember. It doesn't mean anything. To be a global and ethical and sustainable media of choice.
What does that mean? What does that mean? I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that.
Of course, I mean, we understand.
But the point I'm trying to make is that you've got to take the people along. You've got to break it down to understand. So, for example, when we do training and we do workshops, if we go to the Volta region, we do most of the training probably in Ewe or whatever language the people speak in that area. And we break it down and we say, okay, we've said this, what does it mean? And we get them to participate. We get them to sing. We give prizes. You have to take people along. You've got to find a way to take people along. Or else nothing will work. Because it's the team that will win. The team always wins. And at the core of that team is how they think.
Okay.
And how they think and how they do things is your culture. And if you don't get that right, it cannot win.
What is the importance of the values of the leadership or the founding members of the business to the eventual culture that would become part of the organization?
You see, you start a business or you start something, and along the way, you have a dream. But of course, as you get more information, you reshape that dream. You look at things differently. You evolve. So, I mean, for me, I believe in evolution. I hate anybody to say that Mr. Thompson is a certain way. If you come to my office at 10 o'clock, and 10:01, you tell me something I agree, I change. You have to evolve. But the most important thing is to take your team along. Make sure your culture is right, is the way they do things. It undermines everything that you do. And then hopefully you can achieve a certain result. But Ken Thompson, have done it, have done culture, have done programs, I've brought people along, and it's produced magnificent results.
Okay.
And it works. I came from a background where, I knew all these things, but until I went to the course and I did culture and the case study on change, I think, Jesus, this is what I need to do. So you got to go out there and learn. You have to go out there and learn.
So let's look at the bigger Ghanaian picture in terms of business, because you've been around and you're one of the voices that people would respond to and people would listen to. How does one pass down the cultural, the essence of the culture that is in your head? Take no prisoners, and listeners, take no prisoners, and only results matter is dialects. It doesn't necessarily have to be yours. You can also have
exactly.
yours. Yeah, we're just using this as an example. How do you pass it on to new people? What are the practical things you do for new staff?
Okay, so I told you that we do a lot of workshops and presentations. Our approach is very participative. It's also part of the orientation. And then they also learn from the people that they meet. So over time, certain things become how you do it, and people start to do it even not realizing that where it came from. So it's a build-up. And every time you got to remind people about the culture. I mean, we have posters all across the office. Only results matter. Everybody is everywhere. It reinforces. Father Day Lex, we sing it all the time. It reinforces. Orientation, it reinforces. The way we monitor performance, it reinforces. The way the cleaner, for about 5-6 years, I probably, my entire working life in the company, where the first place I go to when I go to the office?
The washroom?
Exactly. And you can ask anybody. Because the washroom reflects who we are. Only results matter. That is the first place I go to. You can ask anybody. And if there's one
to
drop
go check that.
Yes, it reflects who we are. And if there's one drop of water on the ground, somebody's dead. You're literally dead. It's not, you're dead.
How are you finding out who did that?
Oh, but so the cleaner is there. We have a schedule behind the door, supposed to be cleaned every hour. So it should be clean. A washroom is supposed to be cleaned. That's how and that's another thing. You tell the person who's cleaning the washroom, say clean every hour. What's the incentive for them to do that? What do other international organizations do? They have a schedule. When you go, you sign your name. And what do? I copy.
The collapse of some Ghanaian businesses have been attributed to a variety of causes. Could the lack of clear cultures have played a part in the collapse of some of these businesses?
I don't know how much culture played a role. I think, of course, culture played a critical role, but I can't tell whether it's 50% or 6% or 7%.
Mm-hmm.
But in addition to the culture, there's also a difficult economic environment that we work in. But culture plays a huge role. I'll give you an example. For example, we came to the realization very quickly that we didn't have money to build branches. So we adopted the fast-moving consumer goods approach towards. So we looked around and said, so which companies are able to distribute their products but don't have a physical infrastructure? They are the people that sell soap, and people that sell alcohol, and people that so we copied their structure. You don't have, somebody, a team leader, he controls his executives, use technology, go to pimp the people, have little offices where they meet. That's what you do. Champagne taste,
beer money. Yeah, beer money. And also, let's also find out, in a country like ours where it is said that we're nice people. When there's a global, they say Ghana is among the nicest people and all that. Won't a brutal culture go at variance with the natural disposition of the average Ghanaian?
I don't know. Well, Ghanaians probably are nice people. I don't know. I don't know. But when you say brutal, I wouldn't put it as brutal. Being nice, being affable, being encouraging, has got nothing to do with your culture. Because you see, in as much as I will shout, in as much as I will, be upset, I'll go to the office, I don't talk to nobody because I'm upset, I know that I need my staff. So at the back, I'm encouraging them, pushing them, go to school, work hard, find out about their family. Because I know that without them, there's no business. So you've got to focus on the team.
Interesting.
You've got to focus. Saying that you're an angry man and come and shout, who cares? It's the team that wins. So when you shout and name and shame, you've got to make sure that you are also putting the team together to make sure that it's performing. Remember that, but what I'm saying is, it's not, I don't want to say it's not easy, because it's only difficult if it's in your mind that is difficult. When you start these programs, you've got some people that, resist. There are people that find other people that, they form, they get together with and try and, frustrate you. Some people you have to eliminate.
Quickly.
You have to eliminate. And keep your mind on the prize. And it's a journey. So this is not something you can do over 3 days. It's a journey. And you've got to do it and reinforce it. And you yourself must live the culture.
We are told that there are a variety of leadership styles. How important is the leadership style of the founding executives to the eventual culture of the organization?
It depends on what you want to achieve.
Okay.
And that should inform your leadership style. But I believe that whatever style you have, and there are so many styles that,
autocratic, participatory,
whatever leadership style you want to use, you must focus on results and must bring your team along. Focus, and you must live you must live the dream. Whatever style you have, you must bring people along. You must share the dream. You must make sure they understand. Communication is not saying, I wrote a staff handbook. Have you read it? Communication is making sure that they understand and appreciate what's in the handbook. Who's done anything to communicate that information to them? But above all, as a leader, you must decide where you want to go and take your people along. And in Ghana, it's also crocron. By saying you got to do the work.
You'd be nice, but you still have the whip.
The work has to be done.
Interesting.
Because as soon as your team loses focus, you lose their backing, you are finished. You're finished. Without a team, you are nothing.
You can't fire and bring in a new team?
You can fire and do anything you like. Whoever is there, you must take them along. You've got to remember our continuity. You've got to remember history. Some people, people peak at different times. You've got to know the people that you need to support, the people that you need to encourage, know people that will shine. So you've got to manage all that. But above all, you must focus on what do I want to achieve.
Outside of working hours, what are the cultural practices within your organization or should be within an organization to ensure that this camaraderie is still there? We are one, the team always wins, and go along with people.
Okay, so companies do all sorts of things. That's why you have maybe games or health walks or, all those things that you do. But
what works for Dalek? What worked for you?
All works for us. We don't have anything in mind. We would have what do we call it? We have once a year we'll have some event.
Okay.
And we used to have it maybe in tech, and everybody will come from all parts of the world. They'll come, they'll come with their drums. Just to have fun, to build a team spirit, to have fun. It's all paid for. Have prizes, play football, tag of war, give them. You need to do all those things.
And the rank and file must see the leader.
Yes.
Inside.
Yes.
Playing a part.
Yes. You have to. But if it's your business, you don't care. Why should I care? It's your business. You don't care. Why should I care?
Amazing.
Yeah, but it's your business. You don't care. Why should I care?
I understand.
Yes.
So they must see you.
Yes.
The CEO must be part of those doing the tag of war.
Yes.
He must walk among them and all that.
Walk the talk.
Do you think the average Ghanaian appreciates this? The average Ghanaian manager or chief executive appreciates this conversation we're having based on your experience in this country?
The average Ghanaian appreciates that something needs to be done, but a lot of them have not really gone to find out what needs to be done and how they should do it. And I think that sometimes I find that we are afraid of new knowledge because we think that it will hold us back, and we're trying to run very fast, go ahead, and hoping that when we look back, things will be, as they're supposed to be. But take any of the, companies around, any of the international companies. And I use international companies only because somebody has been in business for maybe 500 years or 300 years or 100 years. And it says, this is what works. And you say, I disagree. What are you disagreeing with? Really? What are you disagreeing with? I remember there was we launched a product, which is now very successful. And after the launch, we put together a team very quickly, launched this investment product. And after the launch, I talked to Mr. Jackson. Mr. Jackson, this thing, I don't understand it though. This thing that we are saying, when they ask me, I say one thing. When they ask me, Charlie, this marketing strategy doesn't make sense. I said, oh, Ken, Charlie, me, I'm tired because we were tired. So we launched on Wednesday, and on Friday, I got one of, my friends to put together a team of some, big people from the MD of Unilever, and then somebody from Barclays, went to the Tulip to say, this is what we are planning to do. This is our intention. So come and look at it and tell us, whether or not it makes sense. Because it doesn't make sense to me.
Like a focus group discussion.
Yeah. So there were just the three of them. We represented them. That morning, I called Mr. Jackson about 10 times. He said he wasn't going to come because he was tired. I sent a car to Tema to pick him up. I had to wait for him to have his coffee, brought him in, and we presented. And they took the whole thing apart. So I said, Jesus. You know, this is something where I sat down. We had some supposedly marketing gurus to do this. I said, okay, what do we do? So we went online, found some information, read it, went back and forth, and they said, okay, this is what it looks like, what, you know, is right. And then I said, but Joe, this thing that we are doing, went online to look at it. You know, why don't we try and find the consultant who puts his information online and let him give us, you know, advice on whether what we've done is really correct. So I traveled, I came back and forth, eventually found a guy in Canada. It's the best $4,000 I ever spent. He took the whole thing apart and we had to start all over again. And now it's a very successful product. So the knowledge is out there. You have to go and acquire it. There's nothing you're doing that's not been done. Go and look for the knowledge. It's there, you know. And so for me, that's my approach.
Can culture become a unique selling proposition for a business? And how important is that in differentiating between the thousands others and this one brand?
It depends on what you are, whether it's a product or it's a service.
Okay.
Yeah. But of course, your culture helps you deliver the results. So for example, I don't know, if I say Mercedes-Benz, their brand promise is say quality.
Exactly.
And that feeds, I'm sure it feeds through the whole factory. So of course it helps them sell. So everything culturally in their mind is quality, 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 quality. Toyota, durability. So everything in that factory, it feeds through. I mean, there's a story about Toyota, their first cars they sent to America, they failed. And what they found out was that the suspension for those cars were not right for American roads. So they built a culture where every time they go and see. So, you know, they come to Ghana to look at our roads. Our roads, they measure how we burn, our fuel, you know, the size of our potholes.
Just so that they have information to go build the next Toyota for this terrain.
Exactly. Nothing happens by chance. So everything requires, I don't like to use the word effort, but if you want to create something, there's a way to do it. Go and learn, modify it to suit you, and move on. But don't try and do anything from first principles.
It's been done already. Don't reinvent the wheel.
Why are you doing something? I mean, I want to build a radio. I want to do a radio station. Really? I mean, it's all there. Go see what works, what doesn't work. What's my value proposition? Okay, how do I work? How do I present? What do I do?
Interesting.
You know, I'm glad, for example, the way you're dressed, because you see, in a station where you actually don't see people, you've got to, in your mind, you've got to make sure that you can picture people looking at you. So how you dress and how you look, it influences what you say and how you say it.
It's true. It's true.
Yes. Did Ken Thompson come up with that? No.
I get it. Okay, my producer is giving me a sign, but I want to ask one more question. How does culture translate into the look of staff? Or is it vice versa? Is it the look that plays into culture, or culture informs the way the look is? What was the Dalek story? Was the look part of the culture, or it came out naturally?
Okay, so we had, say, 3 separate businesses in one.
Mm-hmm.
So for the sales team that are going to meet the teachers, are going to meet, you know, the civil servants in the districts and the villages, they've got to look at the people they're going to sell the money to. I mean, they've got to look like them. For the sales team that bring the deposits, they've got to look a certain way. That has to be different. And for the team, at the time we did SME loans, so they had to look different. So you've got to be very, you know, clear what you're doing. So for example, because of that, you know, how, you know, the infrastructure for training each of the teams is different. And everybody's clear about that.
And it's all part of it was consciously placed there. It didn't just come out of...
Nothing happens by accident. But everybody knows that only results matters. And we don't take prisoners. So why has the check not gone? Oh, Mr. Thompson, when we called the bank, they said it was 4 o'clock. So I say, hey, please.
You give me excuses.
Please. So what am I? So the first thing says, so if my boss calls me and says that why wasn't the check go? What do I say? I say, oh, Charlie boss, sorry, oh, but when they went to the bank, they said it was 3:59. So the teller, they say, Mr. Thompson, you're a fool. What are you talking about? Give me a result. That's what matters. But that is our culture. That is the Daylex culture.
Okay.
And that Daylex culture delivered results. And that Daylex culture delivered a high-performing team. And the evidence of a high-performing team is what they exhibit when they go to other places. I mean, I know somebody went to a bank and says, Mr. Thompson, those put it a joke. Yes. I mean, even for meetings, we have, and this is all part of the culture.
Okay.
Results matter. We have, every department has meetings. All meetings are scheduled. It has a convener. We only do action points. The action points are taken to a third party who monitors execution
of each department's meetings, action points.
Yeah, and then they'll flag, this has not been done, this exceeded the deadline, third party. Only results
matter.
It's results. And the results not going to matter because I said it. We must have a structure in place to ensure that only results matter.
Thank you very much. Any final words for Ghanaian entrepreneurs and businesses listening to us this morning?
Ghanaians are some of the most hardworking people that I've come across. I believe in the private sector. It's all this private sector that can deliver on jobs and can deliver on, prosperity for this country. I believe in indigenous businesses. Only indigenous businesses will develop this country. They will make money and save. We have a very difficult business terrain, but we should never give up. Never give up. Work hard. Never give up. Make sure your voice is heard. Make sure the government listens. Make sure the government does the things they're supposed to do. Make sure that the government cuts down its expenditure. When we complain, all the government talks about its project is done. We don't care. You built a school, so who cares? We are living day to day. We can't plan. We don't know where to save. We don't care. But we have to fight because we have nowhere else to go to. Ghanaian entrepreneurs are some of the hardest working people I've come across. And invest in yourselves. Have champagne taste, beer money. Whatever you're doing has been done before. Go learn. Put marketing on the table before you do any business. And fail. Success is failing, and not losing enthusiasm. And, you'll be fine.
Thank you very much, sir. That was Mr. Kenneth Thompson, Director at Daylex Finance. And today we were discussing culture, the importance thereof. Thank you so much, sir, and have a wonderful, wonderful day.
Thank you very much. Zen, well done. You're doing a good job. Well done.
Thank you so much, sir.
Well done.
It's a pleasure to have you.
Thank you.
Zed 101.9 FM. This is Zed, and it's been Zed Talk right here as part of doing business in Ghana. We're talking to Mr. Kenneth Thompson, who happens to be Director at Daylex Finance. He was talking to us about the importance of culture. You heard the man. Build a good culture, and the culture builds your business for you. Build a good culture, the culture builds a business, because the culture then affects every other aspect of the business. Z101.9 FM. We're in the final hour of the show, 9:15. We're talking arts, tourism, and culture. I've already told you that when it comes to the 9 to 10 space, on Mondays is personal growth and development. On Tuesdays is health and wellness. On Wednesdays is science and tech. On Thursdays, it's arts, culture, and tourism. Today we're talking understanding indigenous traditional practices. We have a prominent traditional ruler in our midst, and he is going to help us break down some of these indigenous traditional practices right here. His name is Tache Nibote Kofi Francois II. He is here with us, and he is going to break down some of these very important things. That is when we come back right after this. This is Z 101.9 FM. This is Zed in the Morning. We're coming back with the importance of indigenous traditional practices, understanding them, understanding traditional practices and these things and how they affect Ghanaians. Thank you so much. We'll be coming back with Arts, Culture, and Tourism Thursday.
Leisure and Business Radio.
Zed 101.9 FM.
So that's the late Nana 24 amazing musician passed in 15th June, that is the 2020. One of the finest voices we had on the high life scene. Yes, so like I said, Thursdays are for arts, culture, and tourism conversations, and we have the privilege, the great privilege of having in the studio a very prominent traditional leader, and I'm going to mention it. I'm trying to channel my inner guy, like I said, so that I mention it and mention it well enough. His name is Teche Nibote Kofi Francois II. He's the Nungwa Mankralu Shwonotalo and Oyibi Gonte Manche. If I get it right, Teche is the holder or the owner of the stone. And Shwonotalo says he's sitting on the elephant. And then Oyibi Gonte means he's on top of the mountain or the hill. So he's sitting on top of the elephant on top of the mountain. Amazing. I got it all right. Yes, so good morning and welcome. Or like we say, Mim Ba Ode Omanye.
Omanye Blabo ke to Ebola fe ke nyeme.
Amazing.
Ni nkwewo na membo wotwe. Opeleji atan mo denche. Ajo me. Ni ejo me kafuano.
So, listeners, if you didn't get that, he just blessed you. He blessed your work. He blessed the work of your hands. Yes, the studio is getting interesting because they didn't see that side of me coming. Let's highlight your role first of all as a traditional priest or traditional leader. What role are you playing in the Nungwa traditional?
I'm a traditional leader, but at some point within the traditional process during the Nungwa Umoho Village Festival, the Nungwa Manklalu is now ascends to some level of priesthood. So you have both the administrative or the traditional office role, and then also you have at some point during the Plejo and Omo Festival of the Nungwa people, the Manklalu also has some level of priesthood roles that he plays in aiding or assisting the Boburomo Shiche, who is the overlord of the Gadangbe state, the forebearer of the Ghana Dangbe tradition, customs, practices, and usages, in performing his sacred duties for the Gadangbe people.
What are some of the indigenous practices and traditions that you observe and lead in your community?
Some of the indigenous traditional practices that we observe within our community. One, we perform when a child is born. We perform. The Ghana Dangbe has a very unique process. We have to name our children when they come into the world. Within the first maximum 7-8 days, they have to be named. And we have a very special, which is role that we play, that is called the Chochobi, rites that is performed, which involve almost everybody within the community, because we believe that the child belongs not only to the parents, but it belongs to the entire community, where the child is shown to the spring sun when the sun is not rising. That rite is performed. It has so many spirituality attached to it, and when that rite is performed, when you are of age as a young man, we perform the Butrum War rite, which is to usher you into manhood, that now you're of age that you can join the military, where at a certain age by tradition and customs and practices and usages of the Ghana Dangwe people, or especially with the Nungwa people. Young men, their fathers who acquire a gun and then give it to them during that traditional rite, so that symbolizes that you are now of age and now you can be part of the military in terms of war.
Are these things still being done?
Yes, it's still being done. I've gone through that particular rite myself. Most of my colleagues who are into who aids in the performance of these traditional rites, all of us have gone through that rite, because it's just some form of initiation that enables you to perform all traditional rites, not only to the people of Nungwatu, but anywhere in the world that you find yourself, you have been initiated into one thing or the other to be able to partake in the performance of any traditional rite that has been performed all over the world.
Every young man within that space would have learned to shoot a gun.
Every young man, which has been our practice from ancient time.
Every young man in Nungwa who's gone through that,
right,
would learn how to shoot a gun.
Would learn how to shoot a gun, because during the ancient time, continuously, various towns are being attacked. There have been one war or the other, and for us guns, our last battle that we fought, which is on record, is the 1826 Katamanso War,
yeah,
between us and then our Ashanti brothers, yes, which made our relationship very sour. But until recently, as you can witness, the Gamanche Kentucky Tekuchu extended our position, which has always been peace loving, and by going to Kumasi to be part of Otunfo's anniversary. So every young man growing up have to go through that particular system.
It's like puberty rights.
It's like puberty rights, yes.
Amazing.
So the ladies go through the puberty, which is a Hikpemo right, and then the males will go through the Butun War right.
How do you pass down traditional knowledge from one generation to the other?
That is transmission of culture, and that is normally done with the various rites that are being performed during the festivals. During the festivals or during traditional events, what it does is it brings people together, and then ancestrally what have been practiced over the period is being passed on to the next generation. So those are some of the essence of having festivals and then performing some traditional rites, which is done in the public for everybody to witness. And more so, there are persons which are part of the royalty or comes from a particular house which they are supposed to perform one rite or the other, are also initiated into this. And then time and time again, there are workshop, or when the festival is coming, all the young men and women who have been initiated or have been given some traditional role to play, that are taken through some form of training, where continuously we continue to teach people what our traditional rules are, what our traditional beliefs are, what our belief systems are, what our do's and what our don'ts are. Because one of the things is that we are not supposed to change the ancient landmark. You understand? And for tradition in a way it's static. It is not dynamic. What changes is the cultural aspect of it. So culture in itself is transitional. It moves from one stage to another. But tradition in itself cannot change. It's a very static process, and it shows some level of belongingness, because I come from this particular tribe, I come from this particular family. These are our traditions, these are our norms. You understand? So continuously we teach people within our area, or young men who are coming to uphold their tradition, which cannot be changed in a way, but the cultural aspect of it, yes, there can be some level of modernity that can be attached to the process.
Your people sing a lot.
Yeah.
How important is music to your traditional beliefs and systems?
The Ghana Dangbe, by tradition or by origin, it is believed that we stayed around the Middle East area, where Israel, the Palestinians, and Iraq and all those areas. That is where we stayed, and we believed through our practices and usages that our traditional belief system is based on the Hebrew traditional system. So we migrated right from the Middle East area, where we moved from there to Egypt, to Ethiopia, to Congo, to Chad, to Sudan, through up to
Nigeria.
Nigeria is where mostly we have some level of documentation of what was done there, and some of our practices that we perform here is in line and in sync with what happened in Nigeria. So for us, there are two groups which everybody knows. We have the Ga and then we have the Dangbe group. All of us descended from Israel area through the countries that I've mentioned and then to Nigeria. Fortunately or unfortunately, the Gamashin people and then some of the Dangbe towns ended up being at Ile-Ife after all of us moving from Benin City in Nigeria. But the Nungwa people did not go to Ile-Ife. So there is out there that almost all of us as Gans came from Ile-Ife. But that is not true. We all moved from Benin City. Indeed, the Nungwa people under their leader, Numu Bokete Lawe, because he possesses some level of or some amount of spiritual powers, was the last group to leave
Benin City,
having allowed his brothers, the Gamashi people and our Dangwe brothers, to leave first, so that our brothers in Benin City would not see that the Ghana Dangwe people
were leaving.
So he allowed them to leave. His group was the last to leave, and that is why if you come to Nungwa, over 820 years we have been performing the Ubeneshimo rite. The Ubeneshimo is what Benishimo, the migration from Benin City to Ghana, and we will still perform that particular rite in Nungwa. So they left. When they got to River Niger, they couldn't cross, so they ended up being in Ile-Ife, went up north to Ile-Ife. But for the people of Nungwa, because Numu Bokutelawe possesses some spiritual powers, he was able to part the River Niger into two for his people to cross. And by virtue of good omen, even though the people of Nungwa were the last to leave Benin City, they were the first to touch base in our current country called Ghana. Later, before our Gamashi brothers came. And that in itself, you can also see within the Ghana Adangbe traditional settings, because Nungwa is always the first to celebrate the Omo festival, which indicates their role, their leadership role within the Ghana Dangwe state as being the first Ghana town to be formed within Ghana. So we perform they begin the traditional rites. They perform the first Omo, giving our brothers in Gamashi, led by the Dantu people, who are the Lantejanwe people, almost a month for them to also celebrate their Omo. And they will give everybody within Gamashi 2 weeks for them to also celebrate their Omo. And then it moves on to Osu, to La, to Teshin, and then Tema, Kpong, Pran, Ningo, and then our brothers in Adan with the Asafotu. So basically, our traditional belief system has always been in line with all these things that happen. And the Ghana Dangwe tradition has always been interwoven. So one town cannot say it's in isolation and can perform their traditional rites in soul mode. Because what happens in Nungwa has a cascading effect that affects the people in Gamashi. And what happens in Gamashi affects the people in Osu. What happens in Osu affects the people in Gamashi. What happens in La affects the people of Nungwa. And what happens in Nungwa affects the people in La. And what happens in Osu affects the people in Tema, affects the people in Kpong, affects the people in Pram, and continues to advance. So our traditional system is woven. But we are, in a way, by administratively, Our system is not just like our Akam brothers, where they have a solitary leader, where there was a confederacy to give all powers, with all spiritual and administrative powers of the Ashanti Kingdom to the Otunfo. So most of the time, because we have a lot of strangers in Accra, they tend to believe, or they tend to have a misunderstanding of what our traditional leadership system truly is. And that people always say that, oh, why can't we have the same system just like the Ashantis, where everybody is under one person. That cannot be done, because our traditional system is based on the deities, and not even on, because we started practicing chieftaincy most recently when the foreigners, the white man came, and then anytime they want to have a meeting, you have chiefs from other tribes coming for the meetings. But the Ghana Dangwe practice the priest system.
Yes.
And the priest system, most of them, they don't cross certain rivers, they don't cross certain roads. So every time they are in their confinement praying to seek the blessings from God Almighty, or speak to God and hear in clarity what God's message is for the people. So they don't go to certain meetings, they don't cross certain roads, they don't cross certain rivers. So always they have to have a messenger in a way that go and represent them. And then our priest system too, they don't go to war. They does all the spiritual works of the battle at home. So by virtue of that, we ended up having chiefs and kings, because when they go and meet the other chiefs and kings, they need to be ascribed as such. So because when you go to
a meeting of chiefs,
kings, and
they can't say you're a priest.
They can't say that you are a messenger.
No, you can't be a messenger.
You can't be.
You are too low.
You are too low because you are representing the various priests. Most of them were representing the various priests from the various towns.
But Teacher, this thing you are saying is serious.
Yeah.
You are actually saying that those calling themselves chiefs and kings within the Accra or the Gandangwe traditional area originated, their role originated first of all as messengers to the priests, because you were originally led by priests.
Yes.
Wow.
And then they were also the military heads for the various towns, because the priests cannot go to war. They prepare the battles at home spiritually and declare what can be done and what cannot be done. And indeed, I mean, clear example that we can always attest to is our very last war we did with our brothers, the Ashanti brothers, because we initially had a very beautiful relationship with our Ashantis before the Samankwar War with the Fantis, because we're already trading with them salt, fish, and other things. It was a very beautiful relationship. When there was a battle between the Ashantis and then the Fantis, where the Ashantis wanted to have a direct
access to the sea,
and then access to the forts and castles to transact businesses directly. So they attacked the Fantis. Having been at the coast with our Fanti brothers, call on us for us to assist them. So obviously we all at the coast. If we don't support them, and
the next time they'll come to you.
The next time they'll come to us. So the Fantis call on us, and we went to assist in that particular war. And after that particular war, that is where Ashanti started having Bonsu added to their traditional leadership name, because when they came to Samankwar War, and then they were able to fight the Fantis, then the Otufor then asked, what is the name of the biggest fish in the sea?
He says a Bonsu.
Bonsu. He said, I ordered from today, add Bonsu to my name. And then by virtue of that, they said, which group? There was the guns were fighting at the eastern part of the battle. Right? Guns and the way we exhibit ourselves when it comes to fighting. We are not that much, but we are very cohesive, strong tribe when it comes to fighting. You can see in our boxing and other form of fighting that we find ourselves. So they asked, which people are these people? They are
the guns.
The guns, because they've killed a lot of Ashantis. The guns, there are not plenty. Having come to aid the Fantis, the next one, I'm coming to Accra, and I'm going to descend. That was what Otunfo then declared. That I'm going to descend on Accra and push them into the belly of what is the smallest fish? Having acclaimed to himself the
bonsu.
The bonsu. He asks, what is the smallest fish? They say it's Kamfna. Okay, if it's Kamfna, then I'm going to push the guns into the belly of
the Kamfna.
Of the Kamfna. They will be wiped out completely. But indeed, when he got to Kumasi, the Otunfo who led then didn't survive, so Nana Osei Akoto took up the mantle, having want to establish his reign as the leader of Ashanti Brothers. He, even though all these per the narrative, all the consultations, the spiritual consultations that he performed in Kumasi, the indication was that when he comes to Accra, he's going to lose the battle. But because he's now fresh, and Ashanti Brothers, he cannot. The pride of Ashanti cannot be swept under the carpet. They've conquered almost everybody, so he needs to descend to Accra. And by virtue of that, some performances were also done in Accra, starting from Sakumono to Shishishu, where King Taki the first was mandated by the deities to lead the battle. Indeed, having the spiritual headquarters in Nungwa, also spiritual performances were done in Nungwa in the Babu Temple, which is the spiritual headquarters of the Gadangwe people, and in which my great-great-grandfather Nomo Blabi Jenge performed some rite with hands to check whether the battle in Katamanso we are going to win or lose. Indeed, we had support from our various brothers, the Achim brothers, who were then also under the Asantis, Akwamu brothers, who were also then under some level of under the Asantis, and then our Akwapim brothers, and then our Fanti brothers also. So all of them, in a way, wanted their independence from the Ashantis.
So if they could help the Gans defeat the Ashantis, then they will also get the freedom.
They will also get the freedom. Indeed, we had some level of support from our British partners who were in Accra, and indeed, also the Ashantis came with 44,000 military men, and within the coast with our coalition brothers, we had 11,000, which was 1:4.
How do you know all this? I mean, where is this knowledge? Is it on the net? Is it something you learn as a traditional leader? Did your great-great-grandfather sit you down and say, this is the story of the Gadangwes?
We have, as a traditional officer, that when you go into confinement for 7 days, well, you've been taken through your traditional system, what your belief systems are, what your glory days are, what your bad days are, what your forbidden things are, and all those things. So all these stories are passed on to you. There are also professors and historians who have captured all these, which are there for persons to read. Also part of our part where history or traditions are transmitted to younger generations in our songs.
Yeah, that's what I said. You people like singing a lot.
It's in our songs. And you asked that question earlier, why we like singing. Because we believe, like I indicated, we believe in God Almighty. And we are always praising God in our songs, in our traditional songs. We also tell our stories through our songs, because we believe way then, when there wasn't any hard disks or hard drive or any media platform to keep some of these historical events, music was then the way of keeping our history, and then transmitting it across the centuries and across the decades every time. So you can see our migration processes in our songs, our stay in Israel is in our songs. You can hear when somebody passed on, our great grandparents will always be singing Benima for Jordan Fale. They remember their days when they were closer to the Jordan River, which is in our songs. So everything in a way, and you need to be very attentive to. If you are not that attentive, you'll not be able to pick some of these historical facts that have been established
because they are coded.
They are coded
in these songs.
You understand? They are coded in these songs. So always when a Ghana man is having their tradition, you will see that almost about 60 or 70% of the activity is in song. It's the same song that is being used to evoke deities. The Ghana Dangways believe strongly in our multiple gods that we have, in which we always have a daily encounter with them. Daily encounter. I mean, it's direct online. You can evoke a deity and you can have a discussion. You can have anything. If there's about healing, you can. If somebody is sick and you need medicine, they can give the directions. If about will or it's about properties that need to be shared and there are issues, an ancestor can be called upon to give a proper direction. If there is a challenge, every time. If there is a leadership crisis, every time. I mean, every time we're always having this daily encounter with our deities and our gods, which are always closer to us. And they communicate to us in clear language and in clear
Amazing.
Terms. Yeah.
What role do ancestors play in your spiritual beliefs and practices?
Our ancestors are, in a way, they are our backbone to everything that we do.
Okay.
Yeah, because they guide us throughout every step of the way. Every step of it. If they, we are in an era where there's a lot of misconceptions about so many things that are being done traditionally. And
the Nungwa challenge.
The Nungwa challenge, yes.
The Nadru
Ayemwede.
The issue.
The issue, yes. I mean,
what did we not understand?
It is one. I've had numerous interviews on this particular issue, and I always tell people that look, because within our educational setup, we are losing the teachings of our tradition, customs, practices and usages. I think we cannot find them within our educational systems. So there is modernity has overclouded our reasoning and everything. And for that matter, if something happened traditionally, it is just important for anybody at all to get closer to the people, to appreciate what was done. Because I always tell people, never hate what you don't understand. Because, I mean, this is a young lady, 15-year-old young lady, and whom through her conception, through delivery, through growing up, the process has always been connected to the gods. I mean, her mother, when she was pregnant, spent almost about 2 years when she was not coming out. And then some level of consultations were done within the Gbabu temple for her to be delivered. When she was delivered, she spent another almost 2 years not able to crawl or even to start walking up. Another level of consultations and rites were performed within the Gbabu temple for her to be able to start to walk. And all these were done. At a very tender age of hers, it was identified that truly she is or she was one of our old women who was then now where they reincarnated almost about 300 years ago, who has come back into our fold. So almost every stage of her life, she has been going through one traditional rite whatsoever. And from almost about 6-7 years ago, she has been very integral in our Omo celebrations, because she performs one of the critical traditional roles for the Gadangbe people and then the people of Nungwa, leading to the Omo and then the Ekpejo festivals across, because she performs the domino rite. The domino rite, which she performed 3 times within the year. And then she also aid, someone may ask, what is the domino rite, which is fetching of the sacred water into the sacred pots within the Gbabu temple, which is this water is used for so many traditional rites. After that, she also helps the Gbabu Omo in performance of one of his rites, which is feeding of all deities and gods within the word at the center of the word, using the powers over the meridian rock. So now Yemode helps in doing this. So this is what happens. Now she is of age, and because she she's of age, there is a stool that she sits on, which is called the Shade stool. This Shade stool is sat on by only virgins. So she's 15 now, and because she's also a student, goes to school and all those things, some rites needs to be performed to serve as deterrents to almost everybody, because we've not had such personality for almost about 300 years. And for us, it feeds into our spirituality. And just like church activities, you have young girls or young guys who have dedicated their life in severance to God Almighty within the Catholic or within the Anglican, where they don't want to engage themselves in any form of sexuality. So this rite was performed, which is the Buekpayu or the Hikpemo rite to the deity. But within the Ghana traditional systems, when rites are being performed, it is being performed in its right sense. So I always tell people, if you go and seek spiritual guidance and then they say you need to feed your soul, you need to feed your soul is just like performing a birthday rite. And that birthday rite is performed in the sense of a birthday, even though your birthday is not up. So Hikpemo rite was performed, and was performed in a full sense of marriage, which is to a deity but not to an individual.
Okay.
Because there are three things to the Gbobu day, to the Gbobu itself. We have the Gbobu, the deity. We have the Gbobu Ruomo, and then we have the personality who is representing in person the deity. You understand? And that does not mean the Gbobu Ruomo or the Gbobu deity within the Gbobu temple has 4 customary wives. One is Naasheli, the second one is Naohimia, the third one is Nabusiafi, and then the fourth one, which is Naayemwedi. Now, indeed, the 3 that I've mentioned, all of them has their respective husbands.
Wow.
You understand? And the very last one, who is always, we ensure that who is always a virgin, because she sits on a virgin stool, which is called the Shade stool. So when she grew up and she want to marry, she can marry anybody of her choice, regardless of whatever she want to do. So these were performed, and it was taken. We
didn't understand.
We didn't understand what the process was.
Let me find out finally before I leave here today. Let me find out from you. Do you feel a struggle sometimes as a very educated person, but also as a traditional leader? Does your education ever conflict with your with the role you play as a traditional leader within the Gandangwe state?
I mean, there's always a thin line. There's always a thin line between it, because yes, indeed, where we have reached with modernity and all those things, we need to have some level or some form of modernity attached to some of this tradition or the custom. But I've indicated that the tradition itself
doesn't change.
It doesn't change, but the cultural aspect of it can change. And if we are not careful and you follow the modernity now, you will have some level of challenges, just like the Naayemwede. Because when traditional rites are being performed, some modernity have been attached to marriage ceremonies and all those things. So even though you are performing a sacred traditional marriage, which is not the sense of the marriage, traditional marriage sense, where you are sending dowries, you are paying, but this is pure tradition and has nothing to do with sexuality. There is a way that is being performed. And if you are not careful and you invite modernity attached to it, you will have the challenges that we had, because by the spell of the moment, everybody was being carried away with the ceremony, and some level of modernity was attached to it, and then it had a misrepresentation to a lot of people. So clearly, very as educated, definitely there is always a line, but one needs to find a way where one can marry, the two always. And indeed, you just have to, in a way, fine tune it to meet the current trends, so that people will not have some misunderstanding of what is being done. Because most of these practices, in a way, is to ensure that there is harmony There is harmony.
Okay.
There is harmony within our community. There is peace within our community. Because one can say, because we have ban on drumming and noise making. Indeed, even though it's a sacred and spiritual event for the Gadangwe people, what do we do? Within the physical year, the Gadangwes, we have 13 months. Within the 13 months period, there is a month where the deities and our priests and our priestesses go into their Lent, just as our Christians and our Islamic brothers have their Lent periods. So they go into their Lent period of a month where they pray, they fast, and then they pray to seek the voice of God in clarity, what the message for the ensuing year is, so that it's communicated during the More Festival to the people, and what the challenges are and what we are down. It's like taking stock. So we want a whole month of complete silence, so that when God is speaking to our priests and priestesses, they can hear in clarity. And then also in a way is to check the noise levels within our community. So in a way, even though our ancestors or our forefathers did this, they even envisage a moment where there will be noise all over the place now. You understand? So it has some coronation. And then also where we have the purification rites that we do almost every time, once in a year, just to purify the whole system. Because yes, as humans, we might have committed one thing or the other, but we need to harmonize the system. You understand? So almost everything that is being done is in a way for us to identify ourselves, to have some sense of belonging, bringing people together, and holding on to the ancient landmarks and what have been established over the period. And then also, at the end of the day, all that we seek to do is to seek the blessings thereof.
Thank you very much. Teche Nibote Kofi Francois II, and he is Nungwaman Kralu Shwonotalo and Uyibi Gontain Manche. This has been Arts, Culture and Tourism Thursday. We were discussing indigenous traditional practices. Obviously, there's more to this conversation. We'll be bringing him back if he gives us the grace so that we continue the conversation. Ni, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you very much. I mean, there's one very last thing like I wanted to go into, which is Article 57 and Article 207, which is always in line with the president and his role and his leadership within the country. And then Article 207, which talks about chieftaincy.
We need to come back and continue that conversation.
And like recently, where you've seen the president
telling the chiefs to stand
up.
So maybe next week, let's continue that conversation. The chieftaincy role and then the states, what we are running now, our democracy and all that.
And all those,
I think we should do that.
Very, very, very unfortunate situation.
We will do that next week.
Yes,
Thank you so much. But that is if you would have time. We'll talk during the weekend.
Yeah, we'll talk. Which is what? Today is Thursday, right?
Today's Thursday.
Because I think Friday I have another engagement.
Yes, so next week Thursday, let's talk about the chieftaincy role and the presidency and modernity and all that.
And all those things.
Thank you so much. Listeners, all too soon. The time is up for us to get out of the studio. It's been Arts, Culture and Tourism Thursday right here on Zed in the Morning. My name is Jerry Helm. But before I go, as always, I want to tell you, pray like it only depends on God, but work like it only depends on you. Have a good one, people. Tomorrow is a TGI edition of the show. Thank God it's finally Friday. Zed in the Morning. It's out.
It's your lifestyle, leisure, and business radio.
Zed 101.9 FM.
In the heart of Accra, nestled in the vibrant neighborhood of East Legon and New Beacon, a 360 multimedia firm has emerged. Introducing Zed Multimedia. With a steadfast focus on lifestyle, leisure and business, we set out to bring high-value oriented programs that captivate the taste and desires of our audience. From the captivating airwaves of Zed 101.9 FM to the dynamic visuals of Zed TV and the innovative realms of Zed Digital and the incubation of advanced technological knowledge at Zed Tech, every facet of modern media is meticulously curated to engage and inspire. Also, let's not forget the New Finder newspaper, now under the Zed Multimedia umbrella, delivering insightful journalism with a business focus. Join us on the journey where innovation meets inspiration, where lifestyle meets leisure, and where business thrives.